The unrest across the Middle East, as well as the unstable Western Balkans, just a few hundred kilometers from where we are gathered today. Our guest is the only representative of the current US administration at this year's forum, a lawyer, politician, and a diplomat. I will be your host. I'm Katja Šeruga, news director at N1 Slovenia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome US Ambassador to NATO, Matthew Whitaker. So a lot has happened. This Sunday, a plane carrying European Commission President was hit by GPS interference with Russia suspected of being behind the incident. What do your latest findings indicate? And if Russia is indeed behind this, how should we understand this in the context of efforts to bring the war to an end?
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm glad to be here in Slovenia at the Bled conference. My good friend Andre, the permanent representative for this beautiful country, invited me to come here, and he said it would be an easy conversation about just some news of the day. But let's talk about hybrid warfare because in my mind, this is right in the wheelhouse, right? One of the reasons that NATO is together, did come together as an alliance, the strongest alliance in the history of the planet, 32 allies that have a level of trust with each other, a level of cooperation that's really never been seen. And our adversaries, our strategic competitors, however you want to label China and Russia and North Korea and Iran and others, they can't understand an alliance. They can't understand how we work together as allies, how we can cooperate, how we can train together, fight together. It's inconceivable because, again, they're all about taking advantage and taking all they can for themselves and acting in their own self-interest and being selfish. So hybrid warfare is, again, I think a unique place where NATO, and I'm pushing NATO and our allies to really think through this and to do more to combat hybrid warfare, whether it's jamming of radio frequencies or GPS, those types of techniques, or it is interception, hacking. I mean, all of the kind of things that we see coming out of places like Russia and China. And so I can't, obviously, I know you want me to give you all the intelligence that I've been briefed on this recent incident. I can't, unfortunately. What I will tell you is this is just it appears to be another example of a country trying to take advantage of or fly below the Article 5 sort of threshold and really cause havoc. And that's what I worry about the most, and not in this instance, but in these instances generally, is just the reckless nature, the chaos causing that some of these countries want to do. And it's again, NATO needs to come up, I think, with a better strategy. I'm pushing our allies. We're going to have some discussions this fall now that everybody's back. This whole experience of summer vacation for me has been interesting, to live and work in Europe and have all of my colleagues disappear for the whole month of August. Not all of them, but many of them from time. And so getting used to that. But now that we're all back, it's September, school's in session, we're in session. This is an important matter that we need to address.
If we try to get back to the news of the day, Russia's President Putin said yesterday in Beijing that he reached understandings with US President Trump over the end of the war in Ukraine. So what can we expect next?
So President Trump is a peacemaker. He has at least 6 peace deals that he has been involved in, and as recent as hosting the Armenian and Azerbaijanis to sign their agreement to end that conflict that really has been going on for decades. President Trump and the entire team, Steve Witkoff, Secretary Rubio, and others, are trying to find an agreement between Ukraine and Russia where there will be an end to the fighting. Again, we all see the publicly available information where hundreds, if not thousands, of soldiers and civilians are dying and being injured in Ukraine. And it has to end. War's been going on over 3 years now, 3.5 years, and it needs to end. And President Trump sees this, and he is trying to mediate a resolution. But, he recently said, and it's true, it takes two to tango. And that means that the only way we can have an end to this war is to have both sides come together and agree. Now, I have, since you mentioned earlier when we were talking, you've watched some of my recent interviews, and so you've seen me talk about the fact that at least both sides are now talking to each other. They're exchanging prisoners of war, for example. They've exchanged bodies of the fallen. There are communications going on. Is it happening fast enough? Not as fast as all of us would like, because we'd like this war to end. And that's why, and I continue to encourage our NATO allies to stay engaged in supporting Ukraine through our, Pearl initiative, which is selling U.S. weapons to our NATO allies that are then being provided to Ukraine, or through other support. We have a whole bunch of different initiatives that have been set up, whether it's the Czech ammunition initiative and so many others, as to how we can support Ukraine. But the way that we continue to have the necessary leverage for Ukraine is to continue to make them strong, to arm them, to allow them to fight the fight, and and at the same time continue to work on the coalition of the willing, continue to work on the things that are going to provide this leverage. That includes sanctions. That includes potential asset forfeitures. That includes continued pressure on trading partners of Russia. So there are a lot of things, and the challenge, and I go back to the recent summit we had in The Hague, and that summit, the whole purpose is, we can talk about the headline that came out, is that our allies in NATO have all agreed to spend 5% on defense and defense-related material. But really what the summit set up was this idea of Europe taking over more of the traditional defense of the European continent, and really having these countries that are rich, powerful countries with big economies to step into the rightful place of providing security in Europe and, quite frankly, globally. And that's, that we found ourselves in a situation where the peace dividend had been taken for too long, that countries like Germany were dramatically underspending on their own defense, and therefore the collective defense. And so I reminded everyone, when they mentioned Article 5 and how important that guarantee and how ironclad it was, and wanted me to, sort of affirm Article 5, I would remind them that the treaty has more than just one article. It has Article 3, which all allies agree to provide for their individual defense and therefore the collective defense. And so, you can't have one without the other. And that is what I think happened at the summit. I think Europeans and Canada stepped in and said, okay, we're going to do more. We're going to equalize. We're going to partner. And this is going to be a true alliance. This isn't going to be a dependency on the United States to, come in and solve all of our problems. This is going to be a true joint venture, a true agreement among allies. And and then the question would always be, well, what happens when a European country or Europeans or Canadians or any other NATO ally wants more responsibility or more say in NATO? I was like, fantastic. Fantastic. I would love the day when one of these countries comes and says, we think we're ready to provide, something that only right now the United States can provide. That'd be fantastic. That means that our mission has been accomplished.
A lot of countries struggled, actually, after the NATO summit in The Hague. Slovenia was among them due to the 5% target. They had some difficulties explaining at home such an increase in defense spending. But the alliance will review the spending of its members in 2029, I think, when Donald Trump is no longer in the White House. And this is exactly what those countries who struggle at home are actually counting on. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, that's too bad.
Okay.
So, I'll expand. I remember one of our great allies talking about that this 5% commitment was pushing the envelope, was sort of at the sort of as far as we can get this and maybe too far. And we have to step back. We have to think about the history of this continent and the history of these countries and the purpose of NATO. The purpose of NATO is, one, to keep the United States engaged in European security and the architecture. But at the same time, it is to make sure that we're all part of an alliance, we're all allies, so that we don't fight among each other and try to take advantage of disagreements on borders or whatever the situation might be. Because again, World War I and World War II were so catastrophic. And now we find ourselves, quite frankly, in the middle of another war, traditional war, on the European continent.
Yes.
Now, it doesn't involve NATO territory, but it has the equal and dramatic effects that other wars have had. It's had migration challenges. It is certainly affected economies. It has disrupted supply chains and agricultural production and all of the classic challenges that war presents.
Meanwhile, in Ukraine...
You don't like the way I'm filibustering you, do you?
No, at all.
She's going to start getting that tough reporter questions now. Start asking me yes-no questions, right?
Meanwhile, Ambassador, in Ukraine, the fighting continues also after the summit in Alaska. On Thursday, we saw a very deadly Russian attack, killing, according to Ukrainian authorities, at least 25 people, including 4 children. Why hasn't the United States called for an immediate ceasefire after such an attack, barely 2 weeks after Alaska? And why did, in your opinion, the US president choose to stay silent?
I think the United States has been very clear we want this war to end. We want the fighting to stop. I think it's a very... I'm going to say naive to believe that the United States can decree that the fighting stop and that somehow Russia or Ukraine or that either side will stop the fighting. And there is not the elephant in the room is that there's not the political will among our allies to do what it takes to stop this war.
Which allies?
All allies, all 32 NATO allies. There is a lot more that could be done. There's a lot more that could be done.
Be more specific.
Well, Europe could put troops in. But nobody's willing to do that. And guess what? They always want the... This is my frustration with where we find ourselves. We are back. The summit was successful. We all patted ourselves on the back. All NATO allies agreed to spend 5% in the next decade, primarily on 3.5% on true defense, military, but the other 1.5% on critical defense-related mobility, infrastructure, cybersecurity, again, the things that will make the alliance strong. But then that's on the one hand, and we all say, well, okay, everybody, Europe's stepping up. And then on the other hand, it's like, well, okay, United States, what are you going to do? The United States makes about 53%, 54% of the NATO alliance. So there's 31 other allies that are essentially equal, that could have an equal voice. And that's where I think if we continue to work together, and these I want to make sure, we condemn these attacks on civilians. These are outrageous. You don't send missiles and drones into cities and kill children and hit hospitals. That is not the modern world that we have all signed up for. But at the same time, that's where we find ourselves. And expecting the United States to solve this alone is just, I just don't think it's not fair. It's not the world we find ourselves in. And again, Europe has agreed to accept more responsibility for Europe. And so Europe should find and continue to work for mechanisms that equally put the leverage on both combatants, but especially Russia, to settle and resolve this war.
So while the meeting between the Ukrainian and Russian presidents is, at least at this moment, still not in sight, the blame game continues. Exactly, could you be more specific when you talk about European efforts to put their forces or to send their forces to Ukraine?
Europe is holding over 200 billion euros of assets that they're unwilling to seize. That's one example. And again, it seems like every time I mention something like this, it's just sort of, oh, okay, yeah, you're right, we won't do that, Matt. Okay, well, you could. I mean, it comes with great risk. But everybody expects the United States to take these great risks and ignore sort of the other. I mean, we're all going to have to continue to leverage and to find ways to get to a peace deal. And obviously, we're not there yet, or it would happen. And again, the United States put a 50% tariff on India. That 50% tariff went into effect and is dramatically changing India's behavior as it relates to buying oil and gas from Russia.
Are you considering putting similar measures also to restrict Russia's trade with China?
I mean, that negotiation is ongoing on all of our trading relationship with China, and it is certainly part of that discussion. But, you just saw, I saw the pictures, and you mentioned the statement of Putin that came out of a meeting of India, China, and Russia. Yes. I mean, it is very much a group that is trying to organize themselves and counter, what we have built in the West. I think that's good because I think we represent the values that are better, that are freedom, opportunity, a flourishing citizenry. So I think we offer better than what is forming on the other side. But we cannot ignore that those folks that want to continue the war, specifically China, India, and the combatant Russia, that they are organizing themselves to try to avoid the impacts of this war.
Well, you said many times, and so did the other members of the administration, that the strategy is to stop the killing and to end the war. But to be a little bit more specific, U.S. Vice President Vance recently said that U.S. wants to protect Ukraine's territorial integrity. What does that mean exactly, Ambassador?
Well, I can't speak for J.D. Vance, and so J.D. Vance is is going to have to cover his own comments. What I would say is that certainly I believe it has been articulated from the highest levels of the federal government that the United States wants Ukraine to continue as a independent country that has democratic elections and provides for itself. And obviously, Ukraine continues to want to be part of Europe. They want to be part of the EU. They want to be part of NATO. And so that's one of the issues that are currently on the table that we read about in the negotiations to resolve this war. But Russia doesn't want to end the fighting, and so I go back to where I started, which is we need to continue. Especially our European allies need to continue to lean in and make sure that Ukraine can defend itself and be given the space to do what they're doing, which is to develop deeper strike capabilities. They have just started using a new missile, which again changes the calculation. If you can fire a missile 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers into Russia, that's a different opportunity to defend themselves than maybe what they had previously.
But to be a little bit more specific, what is the strategy to help Ukraine achieve victory, to preserve as much Ukrainian territory as possible, to persuade Ukraine to cede occupied territories to Russia and how much of its territory, or to prevent a total defeat?
Well, Katja, there's no victory for either side, unfortunately. The killing needs to end. President Trump has been very clear about this, that this death, destruction, just absolute obliteration that is happening every single day on the battlefield needs to end. It is unconscionable that for 3.5 years this has gone on, that over 1 million soldiers have died on the battlefield. Obviously, the resolution is none of what you just said. It's a negotiated end to the fighting. And we're in the United States of America. President Trump is investing a lot of time, effort in trying to resolve this conflict.
So if Ukraine were to cede part of its territory, it would likely do so in exchange for strong, or maybe even exceptionally strong, guarantees from the West. You spoke a little bit earlier about what the U.S. is expecting from Europe, but when it comes to American boots on the ground, that's a definite no.
Well, President Trump has said there won't be an American boots on the ground.
Could you confirm that the United States would deploy American private military firms to Ukraine? And if you can...
I can't confirm anything like that. So here's the thing. We are in the middle of negotiating this. Ukraine is going to have to agree to anything that comes about from an end to the fighting. So is Russia. They're going to both have to agree. And what the security framework looks like and who participates, I think is still an ongoing discussion and negotiation. I'm actually encouraged by the coalition of the willing, and what I'm hearing sort of is being proposed by our NATO allies, and it's much broader than our NATO allies. I think there's almost 50 countries that are participating in the coalition of the willing that would ultimately be the main part of the security guarantee. So, but I think it's premature to say what is or what is in any security guarantees, and I have nothing to comment about private security firms or who would participate in that.
Okay. Among the leaders who maintain good relations with Russia and China are also Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić and President of Republika Srpska Milorad Dodik. In Serbia, the protests have recently turned increasingly violent. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, Milorad Dodik is not complying with the court's decision. What is your risk assessment showing, and how does the United States see these two leaders? As stability factors in the Western Balkans or as a liability?
Well, first we need stability. I mean, as we're sitting here today in a country that straddles, sort of Central Europe and the Western Balkans. We know that the Western Balkans have had, kind of, especially since the dissolution of Yugoslavia, what has happened with, the wars and the ethnic conflict. And so we certainly the United States wants stability in the Western Balkans. We've invested a lot of time and effort in the Western Balkans. Slovenia obviously has invested a lot of time and effort and boots on the ground as part of KFOR. And so, we have, we're paying very close attention to everything that's going on in both Republika Srpska and Serbia. But, right now, we're just making sure that it doesn't sort of turn into, a potential regional conflict. And at the same time, this is another place where we're trying to ensure that our European allies in NATO are ready, willing, and able to provide any security forces or political pressure to make sure that we can kind of keep stability in the Western Balkans.
According to some media reports in the Western Balkans, Vučić and Dodik are making strong efforts to secure a meeting with US President Trump. Vučić has actually already tried once. In May this year, he was in Florida seeking to arrange a meeting with Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Do you believe that President Trump would receive them, will receive them, and give them the support they are seeking to remain in power?
I really have nothing to add to that. I think President Trump really has a unique ability to talk to people, to pick up the phone, to have conversations, to talk to world leaders, and to use the influence of the presidency of the United States and the power of the United States of America to advance the interests of peace, democracy, stability, and an economic opportunity. And if President Trump determines that there is a reason to meet with either of those leaders, then I'm sure he would take a meeting. But at the same time, I think he is clear-eyed, because again, he has a really deep understanding of how all of these issues and leaders fit together in the broader picture. And so I think, if he does that, then I think he believes that there's an opportunity to advance, that agenda that I mentioned. But he's certainly not going to take a meeting to try to help a leader strengthen their political position. That is not, what President Trump does. He is a deal maker. He's a peacemaker. And so if there's an opportunity to advance U.S. values and interests, then he might take a meeting. But I'm certainly not here to announce any pending meetings with the Serbian leader or the Republic Srpska leader.
Do you think that NATO would intervene if the political crisis were to escalate into an armed conflict, especially in Bosnia at the moment, but also in Serbia?
Ultimately, that's up for all 32 allies. We work on a unanimity basis. I think we're a long way from anything like that. Obviously, U4, is on. Has troops there, and I think we would continue to encourage all sides to work consistently with the Dayton Accords. I was in Dayton this year, celebrating the 30th anniversary of the Dayton Accords, and I just think there is a framework there to resolve disagreements and to kind of encourage peace, and that's what we should always work towards. Whether NATO is going to be involved, there's rule number one of politics is don't answer sort of hypotheticals. So I think we'll just have to see how these develop. And one of the things that I know about the world and conflict and history is that whatever you expect is going to happen, usually the opposite happens. So we'll just again. NATO is stronger now than it's ever been. It is more focused than it's ever been. And I think that is good for Europe. That is good for the North Atlantic. And it should be very concerning to our adversaries.
Back in 1999, due to the war in Kosovo and ethnic cleansing, NATO bombed Serbia for 11 weeks. US was fully on board. In light of those events, how does, in your assessment, the US position appears today when it comes to the war in Gaza, where IPC has declared famine, which means that at least 30% children suffer from acute malnutrition, and the world's genocidal activities and even genocide are also being used on a high political level in Europe?
What's the question?
How do you think, in light of those events, the U.S. position today appears today when it comes to the war in Gaza?
Well, again, President Trump and Special Envoy Witkoff are fully engaged in trying to resolve that conflict. As I've said many times, there's one side that could resolve this immediately, and that is Hamas. If Hamas said, we surrender, we're no longer fighting, and the people in Gaza would immediately be better off than they are now. The destruction and the death and the images we're seeing are heartbreaking. And at the same time that this is all being caused by Hamas and the fallout from their October 7th unprovoked attack on Israel, where over 1,000 Israelis died. So, I think President Trump is working with both sides. Steve Witkoff is working with both sides. My friend Ambassador Huckabee is certainly fully engaged, and we're just going to have to let it work. But again, Hamas is the one that could end this immediately, and the people of Gaza are suffering because of Hamas. And I just don't think we can, morally equate both sides as somehow being equal in their responsibility for what the suffering is happening. It's I am the ambassador to NATO, and so I'm a little far afield talking about the Middle East, and there are better voices than me that could probably get a deeper explanation of what our plan and what our policy is. But I would just say that right now this is another place where the reason that we're seeing fighting continue in Gaza and in Gaza City, for example, is because Hamas is continuing to fight.
But at the same time, the Israeli offensive has not achieved its key objectives: to defeat Hamas and to secure the return of all the Israeli hostages. In months the war is going on, these key objectives are still not achieved. And if Donald Trump, as you said earlier, is actually the only one who can bring peace to Ukraine, that he's most certainly the only one.
Did I say that?
Many times before.
The only one? I think okay. I mean, I think it's a little more nuanced, so I want to explain that.
Please do.
Yeah, so Donald Trump is uniquely in a position to bring both sides of the table.
Okay.
I don't think, Donald Trump can't declare peace in Ukraine. It's going to take both sides to come together and with an agreement. And Ukraine's going to have to agree to whatever the situation is, and Russia's going to have to agree to whatever the situation. We're not there yet. But he is uniquely has the ability. He's the only one that can bring them to the table. He's the only one that brought Putin to the table. He's the only one that can continue to keep him at the table.
So to be more accurate, the only one who can help to end the war. But he's certainly the only one then, most certainly, who can influence Israeli Prime Minister. What is the American administration doing in this regard? Namely, calls for President Trump to help to put an end to war in Gaza are already loud on the streets of Israel, and they are coming from the families of Israeli hostages taken by Hamas.
Yeah, I mean, again, President Trump wants this conflict to end. And, he has had a lot of conversations with the Israelis, and we've had conversations at all levels. And we've had conversations with the folks, from Hamas, and we've talked to interlocutors from the Middle East. And, again, this is another situation where, ultimately both sides are going to have to resolve this. It's horrific, and in a modern world, it is a little bit surprising that we still have just these situations where, for whatever reason, political gain, territorial ambitions, or whatever, where you just end up in these intractable things. But I don't see the conflict in Ukraine as the same as the Gaza situation. The Gaza situation is you have essentially a terrorist organization in Hamas that is continuing to hide behind civilians, exploit civilians, hide in hospitals, have tunnels. I mean, it is like no organization that we can have that's a proxy of Iran. Which is, kind of brings their own complexions to it. I just, at the end of the day, Hamas is the one that is going to decide how long they want the people of Gaza to suffer. The Israelis have should have the ability to defend themselves. We could everyone knows that if there was not Hamas shooting and causing chaos at these, aid points in the distribution of aid, that this would be a very orderly situation. But Hamas chooses to cause the chaos, and therefore they're choosing, by extension, to cause the suffering of the people of Gaza.
Mm-hmm. According to recent media reports, the U.S. is now denying visas for almost all applicants who use Palestinian passport. Can you confirm that, and what's the end game here?
Yeah, I don't have anything to add to that. I can't confirm or deny that that's happening. And again, I'm one of the nice things of being the U.S. ambassador to NATO is I don't have a consular service, so I don't even have to worry about that.
Based on recent media reports, furthermore, there is allegedly a proposal on the table under which the U.S. assumes control over Gaza for 10 years, and at the same time, Palestinians who leave Gaza and relocate receive $5,000 each. Could you clarify this?
I'm not going to comment on media reports that are not verified by the United States, and it does not sound to me like a serious proposal. But I don't have any. I'm not involved in any peace negotiations regarding Gaza, so I don't have anything to add. But I would. I think Abraham Lincoln said it best. He said, "Don't believe everything you read on the internet."
Okay. The State Department and the White House indeed didn't comment on this, but it was President Trump himself some time ago who was talking about Gaza becoming the Riviera of the Middle East, and just recently he met with Jared Kushner and ex-British PM Tony Blair in the White House, so that's probably why this report...
Yeah, and listen, I think it captures something that we should all be thinking about as sort of a world of peacemakers, and that is that the potential for Gaza is quite extraordinary, and what Hamas has sort of allowed to happen or caused in Gaza, I mean, it's a shame. I mean, it should be a beautiful place on the Mediterranean, and it's not. And so I certainly think President Trump sees the potential for it, and again, I think that's his eye for real estate is obviously very good. Just look what he's done with the White House. I mean, it's been it's really been quite enlightened with the gold accoutrement that he has added. So that being said, I don't have anything to add to sort of unsubstantiated news reports.
Also, NATO concern was that the conflict in the Middle East might escalate further. The U.S. intervened and bombed Iran nuclear facilities. What developments can be anticipated in the period ahead in that sense?
The United States, will continue to be a great friend and a great ally. Iran was told that we had a red line, that you would not develop nuclear weapons. That red line hasn't changed. We took action to ensure that Iran would not possess a nuclear weapon that would destabilize dramatically the Middle East. It would cause a nuclear escalation that no one wants to see. And so, President Trump took decisive action, ended the 12-day war, demonstrated U.S. military capabilities that only the United States of America can provide by flying B-2 bombers from just south of my home state of Iowa, from Kansas City, all the way halfway around the world, dropping precision munitions, and then returning home and having dinner with their families. I think, it's just without being detected. Did I mention that? So we have exquisite, unique capabilities, and we will continue to deploy those when it's in the U.S. interest and again in our allies' interests. And that's why I encourage all 31 other NATO allies to join us in the modernization of our defense capabilities to continue to increase their defense and defense-related spending, because it's important. We have to have a strong alliance so that it's credible, and that strength is going to ensure peace.
And to be clear, encouraging them to buy American arms.
Yes, but, I mean, first of all, the United States of America makes some pretty amazing weapon systems. And because we've had these ongoing wars, we have seen, quite frankly, some of these air defense systems be deployed, and we know their percentage of success. And so there's a reason that people want Patriot missile systems. It's because they're the best, and they happen to be manufactured in the United States by a United States of America company. But at the same time, we need all the defense industrial base, both in the United States and in Europe, to rise, to increase production. We need co-production agreements. We need to look for innovation and opportunities in places like Slovenia, where we can create jobs in Slovenia making, defense articles. It's that simple. We have a long way to go. I am certain we are the strongest alliance in the history of the planet, but we could be a lot stronger.
Last but not least, the Slovenian and the US positions on the war in Gaza could hardly be further apart. Does this in any way affect Slovenian-American relations?
It does not. I mean, we have a great relationship bilaterally with Slovenia. Certainly, the United States of America, we're paying very close attention to all of these matters, and we're also paying attention to what our allies and what their public opinion is. But at the same time, we have to end the killing, end the death, end the destruction. And that's what President Trump is clearly focused on in both in the Ukrainian conflict and in the situation in Gaza. We came in last night, had a chance to talk to several of our friends and allies here in Slovenia. I'll have more meetings today. I'm sure that's on their mind. But I just want to reemphasize just one thing and be clear. I'm the U.S. ambassador to NATO. And so, I have broad shoulders as a former college football player. I can accept a lot of the criticism. At the same time, I'm responsible for making sure that NATO is strong and continues to be stronger. I have no policy responsibility for what we're doing or who we're supporting in the Israel-Hamas conflict. But at the same time, I do support President Trump. I have supported President Trump for a long time, and I will continue to, defend his policies, because again, I think they're the right policies. So we got plenty of time.
We shall see how the things will unfold. We all hope it will be in the direction of peace. Mr. Ambassador, thank you for today's conversation, and I hope you will also be able to enjoy beautiful Bled a little bit.
Yeah.
And I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Borders are just imaginary lines. In the globalized world of today, we are always on each other and we are always going to depend on someone. Seeing each other as a threat
Ladies and gentlemen, we would kindly invite you to take your seats because we are about to start today's discussion.
Good morning. Good morning, Excellencies, Lady and Presidents. We are meeting at a time of many crises our world is facing. The wars, climate disruption, economic uncertainty, migration pressures, and the erosion of multilateralism. All this we will be debating at this panel. I'm pleased to welcome our distinguished guests. I have excellent guests here from Baltics to Central Europe to Adriatic Sea. And with us today are President Nataša Pirc-Musar of Slovenia, President Alar Karis of Estonia, President Jakov Milatovic of Montenegro, and President Peter Pavel of Czech Republic. Thank you for being with us today in Bled. For the beginning, let us turn to young leaders, young forum of BSF that are also here in Bled. Let's see what kind of perspectives they have on this changing runaway world. Please.
So if we agree that we're in a climate crisis, then what frustrates me the most is that the words are not followed by the actions. So if we're in a climate crisis, why aren't you acting accordingly?
I'm mostly frustrated about two things. First thing being simplification of certain regulations that are extremely important for tackling the climate crisis. And the second thing being the EU having double standards when it comes to acquiring certain materials, specifically critical raw materials, from non-EU member states.
Thank you so much, Young Forum. We grew up in an entirely different world, I would say. United Nations were a big player. The rule of law was respected, more or less, at least. Free trade was promoted. Aggressive nationalism was widely condemned all around the world. Today, this foundation seems to be under pressure. Natasha Pierce-Musar, you mentioned those glory days that are over for our continent yesterday, and I wonder, is EU still able to defend this old world order, or have we actually already moved too far in this transactional, power-based order? Can I start with you, please, Mrs. President?
Sure, thank you very much. Good morning to everybody, and first of all, I would like to thank to all three of my colleagues to accept my invitation to come to Bled. I'm really grateful, and thank you very much. Well, Madam Horvath, the questions you are asking are not easy questions, but I would like to say that I don't see any other continent who would do what is meant to be done in this world. European Union is based on values, on human rights, rule of law, democracy. Those are the three pillars. If we are not going to be vocal about those three very important things, who else is going to do that? I mean, there are some countries around the globe to do that, but Europe as a continent is well known about that. I know that I was, a bit critical yesterday. Some even felt that I'm skeptical about what's going on in this world. But I still truly believe in European Union. I am a European, and I think that there is enough power and will to do what is right thing to do. What I do miss, and what I would like to assent here, is the lack of trust among politicians. This is what is causing, a snowball to go too fast in a wrong direction. And I would like us to talk more, that the dialogue is always, a path towards solution. If we are going to discuss through the media, through the bullets, that's not the right way to do it. And I think that also in European Union there are enough politicians who are aware of that fact, that conversation among us, building trust, is something which can save the world. I mean, I sound like a Miss Universe right now. I do apologize for that, but I really truly believe in that. Because if I stop believing in that, and if I stop being quiet, that's not going to be me. And if everybody is going to say, well, yeah, the world is changing, it's okay, what's going on, then nothing good will happen. And for example, my biggest pain, being a lawyer, I see things through the legal perspective. That's the fact. But being a lawyer, it hurts me really a lot to see United Nations in such a situation that this organization is right now. This multilateral forum is the only forum that we do have for this planet. And what's going on in the Security Council, where we see a hybrid war with veto. You mentioned the old times. I was raised in the times where, the conflict occurred, the blue helmets were there immediately. This is not the case today anymore. Because the P5 countries, the countries with veto powers, are blocking the decision-making process. And we are discussing the reform of the United Nations, Tanya, for how long? For 20 years, as long as you are in politics, for sure. The foreign minister knows even more than I do. But without the P5 countries, no change is possible. But please, ladies and gentlemen, is it okay that the country who is at war is deciding with veto powers about itself? Is it okay that the United States of America are supporting Israel all the way through, no matter what? This is what I don't like in politics. Dual standards, dual morality, if you want. And I don't know how to change that. I don't have a magic wand, but more of us would think that way, the better. That's the solution I do have, because politics should be all about words and dialogue and not about guns. I'll make a full stop here.
Yes, but very short question. Just to continue what you were saying, because yes, you can, in this international world, voice quite strong opposition, critical positions to many foreign affairs points. Are you sometimes disappointed because nothing happens?
I am. I have to be honest, I am disappointed, and it hurts. I'm sad. I don't want to push myself, into the position to being mad, because being mad in politics doesn't work. But I am sad, and I am frustrated. I wish I would be a president of the United States of America. I'm not. I mean, that's a fact. I mean, but Slovenia does have a voice. Estonia has a voice. Montenegro has a voice. Czech Republic has a voice. In United Nations, it's one country, one voice. In European Union, it's one country, one voice. This is why multilateralism is so important.
Yeah. President Pavel, in this changing world, where is Czech position in between what is disappearing and where we are currently going?
Whenever I'm asked about assessment of current global situation, I try to compare it to a new bipolarity, and not as we used to know it in Cold War times. But it seems that what we are seeing now is a conflict between democracies on one side and different kinds of autocracies on the other. And we also see now in these days ongoing in China that the side of autocracies are now for some time winning the mental war, being probably more attractive than democracies, because democracies were not able to convince the rest of the world in between the two poles that the system of liberties, the system of respect to international norms, to human rights, is convincing enough for them to join. I believe, and I will follow what President Prismusar said, if we still believe that democracy in its liberal form is so far the best system that humanity invented, then we don't have any other choice than to fight for it by all means. And by all means, I mean also having a military element of power, because EU may be strong economically, politically, by ideas, but without being strong militarily, we will not be seen as a relevant actor globally. And the level of dependence that we have developed on United States since the Second World War, which was very convenient for European countries, because they could focus on social, economic development rather than building a military power, seems unsustainable today. And that's why I would suggest that if we want to preserve the way of life to which we got used in Europe, we will have to go through improvement of current system. That means finalizing European common market at all its aspects, to focus on building our own military capability that would support our political argument, and also think about more and better integration to speak with one voice. Because globally, Europe will slowly become irrelevant if we are not able to act as one entity. It seems that in this competition of let's say, a big boys game. If we act as a bunch of little boys, we will not succeed. And in that sense, I think the only way to remain relevant and to survive in this very tough global competition is through a more united Europe, whatever it means. And I think we'll have to be very flexible in rethinking Europe as an entity.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. President Karis, how do you see this urge that some powers want to divide Europe, and then, on the other hand, multilateralism that seems to be the excellent choice for small states, so that small states also have a voice. But on the other hand, this big boys game that Czech president was talking about.
First of all, thank you very much for this invitation to take part of this meeting, Natasha. Answering the question, big powers are great powers. I mean, they are present. I mean, talking about China, talking about also US, talking about maybe even Russia. Although Russia is not that great power anymore, because when this war started in Ukraine, almost everybody thought that it takes only a week or two, and this war is over, and Russia will finish it. But it didn't happen. That means even with great powers, they do need alliances, like small countries like us. So we see from history, I mean, my background is developmental biology. So I like to put it in a perspective, so things would happen now, what might happen in the future or in past. So also before the First World War and Second World War, there was also a mighty country, it was Germany, but turned out it wasn't that mighty at all, because other countries has friends and allies. And now even these big powers are looking allies. Let's see, today they are in China discussing not only Europe issues, they are discussing about the whole world, how to divide it or how to be more powerful. But for small countries, and Europe is powerful as well. Now the question is how President Pavel put it, and we should make it maybe Europe more united. Now the question is whether we want to become also a great power, or maybe we could use the power we have already and to make this multilateral world work, and also small the voices of small countries bigger. And it's not that the power is in Europe. I mean, it's a rules-based world. It's also in Africa, in Asia. If you look back in history, I mean, in the 50s and 60s and 70s, Asia and Africa actually were in the United States talking about rules-based world because it was their interest. So we should more probably talk to these countries in these parts of the world, not only focus on Europe. So, I think the European Union is in a mental transition, where to go, whether to continue as a confederation or alliance like we are, or to think about more European Union in more tougher terms. So, but for small countries, there is no other option to stick to a rules-based world. And as Natasha mentioned, United Nations. I mean, yes, this discussions has been around, and every year I go there, I talk the same thing. We should make changes. But before we start making changes, we stick to the rules, because there is a charter already that allows, or actually tells to these aggressors not to vote instead of being abstained. So the rules are present, which don't follow. I always give an example from past, when we had the League of Nations. When Soviet Union attacked Finland, Soviet Union was immediately kicked out of League of Nations. Of course, later on, League of Nations also dissolved, but for other reasons. But at least they had this gut to make these decisions, which we don't have now. But yeah, but finally, what I want to say is we should more think about also not only on Europe, but also other small countries, because most of the countries in the world are small countries. So we should somehow stick together.
But while we search for this unity that all three of you have mentioned, we still have so many clear divisions on very important issues that are the most important issues in front of European Union at the moment. It must be very confusing for a candidate country like Montenegro, who wants to become part of big European family, whom to turn to. There are divisions. What do you decide for? How does that work?
Well, let me also very much thank Natasha for the invitation, and I do want to say at the beginning that it's always very lovely to come to Slovenia, to Bled. As a Montenegrin, I very much feel here like at home, and there is definitely something about perhaps being born in a country that used to be one country. One funny thing actually about all four of us is that we were all born in countries that no longer exist. And this is how I do also want to start perhaps this elaboration, because also as a representative of the new generation of politicians in the Balkans, I do feel a bit more optimistic about certain things that are happening in Europe. First of all, I do feel that Europe is now more united than ever before, and I think that's the fact. Think of Europe, for instance, 80 years ago, how weak Europe was after the World War II, and obviously that we are currently living once again in an era that I believe it was Italian philosopher and Antonio Gramsci who said that the old world is disappearing and the new world is still being unable to be born. And during that period of vacuum, it's really a period of monsters. And sometimes, that statement of this, great Italian philosopher seems relevant when you're observing certain geopolitical trends even today. But nevertheless, when you really, zoom back a bit, when you analyze what was a European response to always increasingly challenging geopolitical environment, it was always more unity. Europe was fully probably irrelevant at the geopolitical stage after the World War II. Think of the world back then between America on one side and the Soviet Union on the other side, and the European response was very rational. More unity. So the first action was to unite among the continental European countries, and this is how the idea of this European Union was created. And then the 70s were about consolidating the Western flank. This is when Europeans decided to get Britain on. The 80s were about consolidating the southern flank, with Spain on board, Portugal, Greece. Then the 90s were all about consolidating the eastern flank of Europe. So, and I believe that again, the answer should be more Europe. And this is why, as a representative, I guess, here at this panel of the only country which is still not part of the EU, I can speak on behalf of the candidate countries, and there are 10 at this moment, that I do believe in an ever increasingly challenging world. I believe that Europe should stick with the policy that works, and that's the enlargement policy. So taking on board the Balkans, taking on board the countries from the further east, like Ukraine, Moldova, etc. I believe this should be the answer. And in that regard, as a president of Montenegro, which is the most advanced among the candidate countries, I always say that having Montenegro in is a story much bigger than Montenegro, because it would really be this positive spillover effect, a signal to all the other places that the enlargement is possible, and that Europe still knows, how to sort out its own issues.
I would like to expose one more issue that is very important in present world order. European-American relations. Ivan Krastev recently argued in one of the articles that, of course, fundamental change is happening in the United States, not only regarding policies and institutions, it's actually a change of American identity. He used the expression with the rise of illiberalism and economic protectionism. Do you agree with Krastev? This shift will also come to European Union, to Europe, maybe in different shape to the West, and again, different shape in the East. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I believe if Europe wants to remain relevant, we shouldn't probably change the foundations. And the United States would always be a preferred partner because democracies should be natural allies wherever they are, including democracies in Indo-Pacific. But at the same time, we must not create new dependencies or prolong existing dependencies. We clearly see that partnership makes sense when the two partners work at the equal basis. And the partnership between Europe and the United States is very imbalanced. So for us to remain credible partners to the United States, to other democratic countries around the globe, we simply have to stand on our own feet. We have to have the capacity to take decisions and take decisions quickly and stand by them. And in that sense, I think the main headline goals that the EU has set for itself, which is competitiveness, then capacity to defend ourselves, and also to be flexible and fast in decision making, they are excellent. But then we have to go further and say, what leads to meeting these goals? And go after it, because when things go more complicated, we should simplify them to the foundations, and probably look at it from the perspective of available alternatives. If we don't have any better alternative, let follow the one that is optimal, not ideal. And in that sense, I truly believe that we don't have any other alternative than to make Europe stronger, more decisive, and also more competitive. And in that sense, we have all the tools available. We have the potential that exceeds the potential of the United States. Economically, we can match China, but only under the condition that we are able to do it as one.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for your opinion, but President Pietz-Musar, Ivan Krastev calls that Trump's revolution. Can we really believe that this is not going to influence European political identity in this or other way?
Of course it does influence European politics as well. But I would like to assent the same as Peter did. United States of America are our allies in NATO, and European Union is an ally with the United States of America because democracy is the root which connected us and connects us still, I hope. Of course, what I do miss that even between allies and friends is sometimes needed to tell what's wrong on our side or on American side. It's always hard to listen to critics. I'm not going to, criticize United States of America today, but I would like to assent one point. When we discuss the greatness of countries, which factors do we take into account? First of course, is the population. Yeah? The size of the country matters. And European Union is 450 million people. When Montenegro enters, 450 million people and 500,000. So we are going to be a bit bigger.
A great addition.
Correct. And then it's economical power and, of course, military power. And I would say the fourth factor is the wisdom of the leaders. We often forget about this. And when we discuss economical power, I would like to share with you the analysis which was done with the Australian Institute for Strategy and Politics. I told this to the diplomatic corps when we had a meeting a couple of days ago, and it's shocking to read this analysis. This institute is measuring the strength of countries in critical infrastructure using modern technologies. So they are evaluating artificial intelligence, nanotechnologies, biotechnologies. And in 2003 until 2007, they are measuring 64 fields. And in 2007, United States of America were leading in 60 fields. But then something dramatically changed. China was a galloping horse. Today, in 2023, China was the leader in 52 fields out of 64. Last year, they changed the data. China is leading in 57 fields out of 64. And I have to be honest, European Union is neither on a first nor on a second place in none of those fields. So those are facti bruti. But Mario Draghi said to all of us that we have to invest 800 billion euros to catch up with other continents. That's a necessity if we want to gain our shine and glory back. Economical strength, and then we will gain a political strength as well. And Peter is right. One thing that President Trump is doing good for Europe is that he's pushing us to be more self-efficient, self-independent, military-wise. It's a necessity today. I'm a pacifist by soul. But as a Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces of the Republic of Slovenia, with no competencies, it's on a paper. But nevertheless, I'm a lot among the soldiers, and I discuss military affairs. I know it's hard to explain to the people that we need to raise our budgets. All countries here present, we have the same problem to raise from 2% to 3.5 and then later on 5. Estonia is here, the only country among us which is already contributing 5% of the national gross domestic product to the military. But above all, ladies and gentlemen, what is the biggest problem of European Union today is still the famous saying, whom do I call if I want to talk to European Union? Who's our leader? No, oh, come on, Jakov. But yesterday, colleagues, if you do allow me, we had a wonderful debate at the dinner. I will only tell one thing. We said, what about United States of Europe? I'm throwing this idea to you, to the audience. But we really need a strong leader in European Union. Strong Macron is not enough. Strong Peter Powell is not enough. Strong Natasha, strong Alar, strong Jakov. It's not enough. We need a strong European leader whom President Trump can call in the morning when he wakes up. And when he wakes up, he says, oh, should I call Ursula von der Leyen? No, Antonio Costa is probably the right one. No, I'll call Macron. And that's not okay. So if we are going to develop the unity of European Union, of course we will have to make changes. I don't know in what direction, but we need to discuss how to make us stronger, not stronger to conquer the world and say, European Union first. That was the slogan of Hungarian presidency. Not my cup of tea. But we have to think what the European Union is all about. And just remember the 3 pillars I mentioned. Not to export the military power, but the wisdom, the political pragmatism, and what's good for the world. Not what's good for European Union. Because whatever is wrong around European continent, it affects us sooner or later, if we want it or not.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And that was a good starting point from presidents of Estonia and Montenegro. President Piers Musar nicely explained what kind of Europe do we want. But can we really hope that all this change that is happening in America, the change of political identity, is not going to influence European Union as well, and European Union's political identity?
Of course it does. And there is also a saying in the business world, if you can't compete, collaborate. So this also applies to our relations with the United States. Presidents, they come and go. But these countries probably stay, and this transatlantic bond is important for US and also for European Union. Yes, we have a potential. We have been talking about already for quite a while. But this potential is not realized, and this economic power is somehow fragmented. That means we have to unite our power, economic power. And this report of Draghi, we have to take it seriously. Not that it's just another report. I mean, if you want to come out of this situation, you have to put more resources on research, on innovation, and so forth. This is like some countries, my neighboring country, Finland. If times are tough, they put resources on education and innovation. This is what the whole Europe should do. So this is definitely one point. And US doesn't, is not able to fly alone. So that means we have to convince US that Europe is here to collaborate with the United States of America. So we are trying to do so. And the second thing is this divides in Europe. We talk a lot, but we don't listen. That means we have to listen more each other. Even we had yesterday discussion. We had differences in our opinions. That means you have to listen what the differences are and why these differences are coming up. I mean, looking back to history and so forth. Then you can starting discussion what to do next. Otherwise, some people talk about migration, some people talk about Russian aggression, and that's it. But we have to understand that in some countries, migration is more important than maybe the war in Ukraine. Although my position is it's not. But we have to listen to each other. And as I mentioned already, we have to find allies within Europe and stop this fragmentation. But talking about Union of Europe, or whatever you call it, United States of Europe. If you look at these things in a very logical way, it's the right way to go. But I can't imagine I'm going back now to Estonia. We regained our independence 30-something years ago, and telling to my people, listen, it's about time to make these changes, and let's have one leader in Europe and give all this power to basically centralize this power. Although I understand that's the only way, because all these confederations, they have dissolved at some point. So that's not the future for one ally as such.
Thank you. And President of Montenegro?
Sometimes when I'm listening to what my colleagues are saying, I have the impression that they are too negative about certain things and too pessimistic. If they were representing sub-Saharan countries and not, some of the most prosperous countries in the world. Really to make some things bluntly factual. The generation of my grandparents in Europe were killing each other. It was 80 years ago. 80 years ago. Look at where we are now. This is the greatest place, European Union. It is the greatest place by far in the world where one can be born. And I think, and I'm now maybe sort of saying something, that I should not, as not representing an EU member state, but I think that Europe is basically too much time spending on really, checking what the others are doing. I believe that European leaders should be sticking more on basically communicating between each others, obviously, more, and really, thinking about Europe and the way forward. I fully agree with what Natasha said. But I think, everything that has been happening in Europe over the last 50 years, after the bloodiest conflict in the history of the humankind, which was the World War II, which was happening mostly here, between European nations, look at what has been achieved. So it is very clear when you sort of, zoom out the things that Europe is moving towards an idea of European United States. Whether we should do that now immediately because Trump doesn't have somebody to call in the morning, I don't think that's the right way to do it. I believe that the gradual approach that has been taking place over the last 30, 40, 50 years through the customs union, through the single currency, through even now more political cooperation. There is a high representative for foreign security policy. There is sort of a coordination among the foreign security policy among the member states. Montenegro is not a member state, and we are fully following that foreign security policy of the European Union. So what I believe is missing in Europe is self-confidence. And I do want to see European leaders projecting more self-confidence about the things that are there in Europe. Institutions, rule of law, human rights, quality of life, state of social justice. Those are the things that are missing in many other places across the world. And I do want to see, as a president of the country that is trying to join the club, I do want to see more self-confidence on behalf of the European leaders.
Maybe it is... Maybe it is really candidate countries that the European Union needs to sort of make debate more positive. But then on the other hand, we have two very pressing issues that European Union needs to take into consideration on daily basis, needs to have a decision, needs to have clear thinking, needs to not only communicate but make decision. Of course, I'm talking about Ukraine, I'm talking about Gaza, and I will make two quick rounds on Ukraine and Gaza, but first let's hear the young European leaders, what they have to say in this debate. Please.
Security guarantees for Ukraine are security guarantees for Europe. Europe could prove by helping Ukraine that they are the leaders of the free world and the free world liberal order.
Good morning, everyone. I believe Europe's responsibility to Ukraine is absolute. I believe if Europe were to falter or were to back down from protecting Ukraine's territorial integrity, we would be betraying all of the values that make Europe so special.
The young leaders. So if we first start, of course, with Ukraine, we have communications, European Union is debating whether to open secret channels with Russia, whether to talk to Russia, how to approach Ukraine, whether to go to talks in United States, and then what happens, Shanghai, Russia is there and European Union is absent. So clearly, not everything is so perfect in European Union as President Mijatovic is saying. So actually, European Union has a problem. It's not a player big enough to control the issues right on its borders. Do you see it other way, President Pavel?
I fully agree with President Milatovic that I would also love to see many more European leaders to be more self-confident in expressing our wish and will. But to be self-confident, you must have the capacity for it. Being self-confident without economic, military and scientific and other kinds of power is wasting the time and energy. And that's why I believe that for Europe being more self-confident, we need to rebuild capacities that we don't have compared to other big actors.
Excuse me, but what would you do? You have this expertise in military security issues. What are your recommendations?
Well, in terms of defense and more capacity, I was suggesting that even in my times as a military head of NATO, the easiest way is not through creating EU army separate from NATO. It is strengthening European pillar of NATO and build on that structure that exists in reality. I believe it goes also along with the interest of the United States of having a stronger Europe that is not so dependent on their own capacities. We have to discuss with the United States the period in which we are able to build or strengthen European strategic enablers, potentially through a framework nation concept that already exists, and to build some dual hatting within NATO command structure so that we can replace American officers whenever the United States decide not to take part in a European-only operation. And by doing that, we will strengthen European defense through European capabilities, through European defense industry, but will also assist the United States to act independently wherever they need. If they are busy, for example, in Indo-Pacific, which is now main focus for the United States, they will need all their strategic enablers for themselves. And then there will be a huge strategic gap in Europe. We cannot afford it. And by doing that, I think it is nothing in contradiction to the United States. It's actually helping the United States achieving their own goal. And it is also helping us. And by being militarily strong, by being strong in decision-making, but also being competitive in economy and in all the technological areas that Natasha mentioned before, then we can base our self-confidence on concrete capabilities and capacities. This is the only way to go. Otherwise, we will have to accept the rule, the might makes it right, which is actually now even pursued by Donald Trump. And that's a very simple question. It's a very simple answer to the question posed by Ivan Krastev. If this so-called Donald Trump revolution is something to follow, I would strongly recommend not to, because it will bring us to the past. Instead of threatening even allies by tariffs, I would expect that we sit to the table, address the imbalances, and make it right, instead of imposing tariffs and threatening everyone around. So I believe that we simply have to get stronger step by step, achieving more self-confidence, and then we can play a role globally and start convincing others that this is the model to follow, not autocracy, not a position of power.
Thank you for explaining that so clearly, but on the other hand, it's quite scary what you were saying. Actually, it's so much really hard work ahead of us when it comes to important strategic decisions. But at the same time, we see the world changes daily. Russia, Ukraine, I mean, the whole thing needs immediate answers. Natasha Pirc-Musar suggested last year maybe that European Union should keep the channels open, just not to be sidelined from the whole debate about Russia. Some people were quite critical of your statement at the time. So have you changed the position from then to today, where we are now?
No, I'm even more convinced that we have to talk to them. And it was this year. I said it when I was having a speech at the European Parliament. Let us ask what the diplomacy is all about. Diplomacy is all about the dialogue. And if we want to find solutions, we have to talk to each other. why I think we have to open channels. Not that somebody should now go directly to talk to Putin. Nobody's talking to him for the last 2 years, which is a mistake. President Macron was trying. He stopped. Angela Merkel didn't want to talk to him. She said, I had enough. I do hope that some channels are open. I know that Hungarians are talking to them, Slovakia probably as well. But do we see a problem that the United States of America are negotiating for the peace and security in Europe and in European Union? Do we really think that the United States of America are going to defend European Union standpoints? I doubt. And this is why we have to have our own channels. And the absurdity we are facing today, you know, when I was at the first peace conference for Ukraine in Switzerland in 2023, you know, everybody was full of emotions for Ukraine. We still are. And I'm still one of those presidents and politicians who is saying we have to help Ukraine because we are defending much more than Ukrainian sovereignty and integrity. But there, I was the only one who said, how can we have a peace conference on Ukraine without Russia being present? Or China? Those two countries were not there. And then, half a year ago, we had a second peace conference. And who was missing? Ukraine was not present. And Russia was there in the United States of America. I find this really, really not right. It's troublesome. Because at the end, if you want to stop any war, you have to talk to the aggressor. You have to. There's no other way. And again, I don't know who would be the right person to do that. But, you know, to talk about the ceasefire in European Union, it was a sin. But when the President Trump said, we have to discuss ceasefire, and then the European leader said, yeah, maybe he's right. This is what it bothers me. We have to lead the talks about peace and security in Europe. With the help of the United States, of course. We know that a lot of power is in President Trump's hands. It is. That's the fact. And, you know, special envoy for Ukraine and Russia. Do we have a special envoy for Ukraine and Russia in the European Union? Do we have a lady or a man who's doing the work behind? We don't. This is what I'm talking about. We have to try. Who? Victor? Yeah. Okay. I mean, Victor. I would say Giorgia Meloni and I+II, go and start discussions with President Putin. Somebody has to do it on behalf of the European Union. Somebody has to do it. President Trump has his own agenda. Of course, he knows that peace and stability in Europe affects the United States as well. But you know his slogan, America first. It's not the world first and multilateralism. This is not his focus, but it should be ours. Thank you.
President Karis and President Mijatovic, it seems that European Union constantly moves in the directions of same questions. We all remember very well the war in former Yugoslavia, when the role of European Union was strongly and equally contested as it is nowadays. So, what can you do as presidents of Estonia, of Montenegro, to influence this discussion, to move things forward? And of course, apart from all hard work that has to be done, that President Pavel suggested.
Do you allow me just, sorry, Alan, about the self-confidence of European politicians?
Some people don't like self-confidence.
Well, we are self-confident, but imagine 27 self-confident politicians to talk to one very self-confident man. That's the problem.
Yeah, what's the problem? We all can't sit behind the table together with President Trump. So we have to choose who is going to represent Europe. At the same time, Natasha, I do not agree. I mean, it's my personal opinion, but Trump is now trying to find peace with in Ukraine and talking to Putin. And I don't think having parallel discussions with Russia is a very good idea, because then these two negotiators are going to be played against each other. And Russians, they do exactly how it works and how to use the situation. So I would be very careful. What we can do now is maybe to stick to President Trump, to represent our opinion and so forth. So, and talking about self-confidence, I mean, yes, I agree. When we joined the European Union, we used the same terminology. European Union is the best and so forth, and it is. But the question is now, because if you want to have a self-confidence, and the sign of a strength is also being critical and recognizing mistakes. This is something we don't want to do at this stage. So this is a sign of strength. And then self-confidence comes as well. So of course we need. But now let's stick to President Trump and make sure he's going to do the right thing. But we all understand now things have stuck. I mean, there is no peace agreement yet. War is still going on, even more aggressively. Although, I mean, Russia hasn't moved much during these 4 years. So it's a war of attrition. So, and a ceasefire is a completely right thing to do, because you can't negotiate when all the bullets are going above your head. That means we have to have a ceasefire. This is what President Putin doesn't want. But we have to force him. And to start negotiating, you need two sides, Ukraine and Russia. And of course, it's not only a question of Europe, it's a Western world. It's a Western understanding our values, which is Putin doesn't want to recognize, and this is what he actually is fighting against.
President, yeah.
Can I just reply?
Yeah,
sorry.
I'll just ask you for a short reply.
I will be brief. Sorry, Yakov, I will be brief. I understand what you are saying, Alar. But what I wanted to ascend is that we have to be ready for such negotiations together with the United States of America. We do not discuss with Russia. Putin is discussing with Russia. When we have meetings in Alaska, for example, 5 representatives of the European Union, President Putin and President Trump, do we have enough information? How do we know what President Trump negotiated over the telephone with President Putin? We don't. And this is why I think we have to have our own channels. And of course, I agree that now we have to we have to work together with the United States of America and try to negotiate peace. But I always have a feeling that whenever President Trump is saying we will start negotiating, then somebody from Europe goes, oh, can we please be there with you? This is my impression. Maybe I'm wrong.
Just a very quick answer. One sentence. Yes, we should be ready. The readiness should be there. If Trump fails, we should continue. So that means not wait, but we should build up the readiness to negotiate with US.
Yeah. I think that Natasha, you should have called Melania after Alaska as the two most important Slovenian ladies now in the world. You basically should have asked her, Melania, what was really Alaska about. Again, to be very frank, I do see the point in what Natasha is saying, because what the President Pavel was saying about Europe becoming stronger and more self-reliant when it comes to security, I think that we all agree on that here. But then, if we agree on that here, it's a bit illogical not to not to open your own channels of communication with Russia, and to basically fully rely on America, while at the same time you are probably inadequately informed about everything that has been happening there. And this is just basically a pure rational sense. But however, I do want to make another point here. I do believe that despite a huge challenge which is being faced by Europe now in terms of security. Look, if you again, analyze the trends when Russia occupied Crimea back in 2014, you had enlargement of NATO. After many years, 2 Balkan countries entered, Montenegro and North Macedonia. Then once again, when Russia, attacked Ukraine in 2022, you had 2 more countries entering NATO, Finland in 2023 and Sweden in 2024. So as a result of Russian aggression vis-à-vis Ukraine, we basically had enlargement of NATO, thus making Europe more secure. But I believe that now, we all agree that the peace, a just peace, for Ukraine needs to be found, and I do believe that without communication with Russia, that can't really be achieved. And I'm not a military expert, so I'm an economist. But from the very beginning of this aggression, I really always wondered, how do you push back a nuclear power? What are the tools that you are willing to put in place in order to push back a nuclear power? And to be very frank with you, even now when we are speaking about the security guarantees after the meeting in the White House, there is a notion of security guarantees which would look like Article 5 of NATO, but yes, it's fine to speak. It's easy to discuss this idea at the panel, but it's much more difficult to really sort out a terrible crisis which is happening on a daily basis, where the people of Ukraine are dying in big numbers, as well as the people on the other side. So what I guess it's probably above my paycheck, and I'm just the president of Montenegro. But to be very frank with you, and I'm now very, very honest, you're always expecting, from the presidents or the prime ministers of bigger countries, sort of a more wisdom and leadership, and you're expecting that those people would really have solutions for these big problems, and unfortunately they don't. And I think that's a huge problem currently in the world, that the presidents, the leaders of those who are really shaping the world are not really able to solve the problems of the world.
Thank you. I would like to open another divisive issue. Maybe at that time you will get a chance to quickly comment on Ukraine as well. Of course, it's humanitarian, terrible crisis in Gaza. In the indecisive European Union about how to handle the whole situation. And let's see the recommendations that come from Young Forum.
I think Montenegro should stand with people of Gaza fully and support Palestine.
Europe must stand strong against further human rights violation and violence in general in Gaza.
We heard 2 statements, very self-confident, decisive Montenegrin contribution, and we had slightly more careful human rights and values that have to be respected. We have seen so many different conferences on Gaza, different speeches on Gaza. At the same time, the dreadful situation is going on. I would like to ask you a very simple question. What would you like European Union to do? What European Union has to do to end this humanitarian catastrophe and establish the just solution for Middle East? President Pavel. $1 million question, of course. I know. Thank God I'm not the president.
First, if the question is what the European Union should do to end this humanitarian crisis, I think we have to assess what will be the impact of different measures. If EU decides to cut some relations with Israel, being it economic or in Horizon Education, Horizon Europe program, it will not stop suffering of Palestinians in Gaza. It will not improve the humanitarian situation. It will be important, but a political gesture without real impact. I believe that without having a common approach between EU and United States in creating pressure on both sides, I mean on Hamas first to unconditionally release all the hostages, and then creating pressure on Israel to ease tensions in Gaza operation, to allow access of many humanitarian organizations that are fit for purpose to distribute properly humanitarian assistance, to immediately increase material support and protection to all humanitarian workers. I think this is the only way how to achieve real progress, because otherwise it will be unilateral, and if the restrictions from Europe will be compensated by United States, it will not change the real situation. So that's the only way. I think no one would argue that all this problem didn't start by barbarian attack on Israeli settlements in October 23. The problem has started much earlier, and it has deep roots. What we see as the only solution to the problem is really kind of a statehood for Palestinians that has to be negotiated and guaranteed by international community. Otherwise, the problem will pop up periodically over time.
Thank you so much, President Pirc-Musar, and I have to ask you all for reasonably short answers. We have to make a conclusion.
What it hurts me the most, and I do apologize to you, Peter, you said the economical sanctions wouldn't stop the atrocities in Palestine. But we did that to Russia, and the war didn't stop. So this is very confusing for me personally. But when I see the humanitarian law not respected, I'm sometimes speechless. I don't know what to say anymore. And we know who can stop the war. And for example, if you are listening to the Russian foreign minister, Lavrov, when he's explaining what's going on in Palestine, between Palestine and Israel, I would just like to shout and say, copy-paste this to Russia-Ukraine situation. The same words are applicable. And why can we be harsh and united in one war and in the other? We are so reluctant that it hurts like hell. And for example, again, my legal soul is speaking out. The sanctions against judges of International Criminal Court by the United States, by the country which helped build this very important institution. And ICC was praised when it was dealing with cases from Africa. But now when they have to deal with the case of one of our allies, everything is wrong. And this is something I really despise. I don't like that. And I think what the European Union should do, it's hard to be united in those questions, especially when we discuss Israel. I understand, I try to understand Germany, I try to understand Austria. But if the debate among 27 leaders does not reach even a conclusion that something needs to be done, then we have a problem. At least we have to reach the decision, this is wrong, something needs to be done. And then let's start discussing what we will do. And again, We are strongly cooperating with the United States of America to end the war in Ukraine. Are we discussing with the United States of America, who are, if you ask me, the only country who can stop Netanyahu? Are we discussing, as Europeans, with the United States of America, what needed to be done, what needs to be done? So, yeah, we don't have a solution, but I always want to see the light at the end of the tunnel, to be more optimistic than pessimistic. But regarding Palestine, I'm not optimistic at all, I have to be honest.
President Karis.
Yes, I agree with Peter. It's a very difficult issue, and that's been around already for a very long time. I have been recently several times to Ukraine. I've seen these atrocities very close. And I've been to Israel, next to Gaza, and I've seen in kibbutz, and I've seen these atrocities there, what Hamas has done. I visited recently also Palestine, West Bank. I talked to the leaders. I've been talking to also ordinary people. Yes, Estonia, also Estonian government has said that there is a two-state solution. We agree. We haven't recognized Palestine yet, because there are no many countries who did. But what doesn't exist still is Palestine as a country. So if you talk to these ordinary people, they don't talk about statehood. They talk about, because there are a couple of generations already there who have been in war and in this situation, in this humanitarian catastrophe. We want to have food, we want to have education, and so forth. So we should start to provide this to people in Palestine. And Estonia is supporting Palestine, giving aid to Palestine as well. Of course, it's very difficult to access now, but recently also President of Israel visited Estonia, and I talked to him, also telling these atrocities which are happening now in Palestine. So we start solving these humanitarian issues first, and then might end up with discussing with a statehood. If you look at the map now, I mean, even the West Bank, it's a Swiss cheese. I mean, there are spots. I mean, it's very difficult to talk or start talking about statehood in this situation. So we should start with people, with ordinary people, to give help and assistance to them. And of course, Israel should get back his hostages as soon as possible.
Let me ask you one question. If we are here to support international law and order, there are so many United Nations resolutions regarding Palestine and Israel, so many resolutions that are actually not fulfilled.
That's a problem of United Nations. I mean, we just sign another resolution, start fighting with each other, and then end up with another one. So there are too many resolutions, but no action as such.
Okay, is European Union the power that could say, look, can we move forward on certain issues? Can you presidents agree when you see the horrible pictures on the television of what is going on in Gaza at this moment? Can you agree that something has to be done?
Yeah, I just said that. I mean, we should start with humanitarian issues and helping these people who are in...
But you don't exclude political solution as well?
Yeah, of course, you can't exclude. If you talk about two states or solution for that region, then you have to talk also about politically.
Thank you so much. President Mijatovic, what is the position of your country on this issue?
Well, in that regard, Montenegro has recognized the state of Palestine, and we even have a Palestinian ambassador in Montenegro. Of course, not to mention Israel, obviously. So in that regard, we are, also by acts, not only through words, showing the devotion to the two-state solution. I always speak about Montenegro aligning its foreign policy with the one of the EU countries, and the question of Palestine is actually the one of the opposite direction. I'm in that regard need to praise what Slovenia has done recently, aligning your foreign policy with the one of Montenegro when it comes to recognizing Palestine. So, well done, Natasha. I guess that what I understand now in September, some other European countries will follow, including France and United Kingdom and etc. So, we have all reacted upon a very terrible, terrorist attack by Hamas on the state of Israel. But I do believe that nobody in this room can say anything good about what is currently happening in Gaza, and that is clearly a humanitarian catastrophe. And you can even hear between the way that presidents of Czech Republic and Estonia, the two countries that are not recognizing Palestine, the way that they are speaking about it and the way that Natasha is speaking about it, it's clearly that the EU doesn't have one voice when it comes to this war. But again, to zoom it out a bit, that currently in the world there are probably more than 30 wars and 50 wars. There are only two in our media, Ukraine and Gaza. On Ukraine, there is more or less one European voice. On Gaza, there is not. And this is definitely something where Europe, as you rightly pointed out, is it possible not to find a common denominator when it comes to that situation?
Thank you so much. Let me just remind you that there were more than 200 journalists killed in Gaza situation. Soon we will not have anyone anymore that will be able to cover the Gaza situation, especially because the foreign journalists are not allowed into Gaza. But regardless of that, we have opened so many really important issues that are here for you, for your colleagues to solve. But we don't have time now to play the final clip of the young people who are also speaking of welfare in the aging societies, climate change, all that where they expect, need, demand an action. I will now ask you for the final round. You have 8 seconds each. Okay, you have 15 seconds. Very briefly, please, the final point, and maybe you can also focus on climate, on young people. Please, Mr. Pavel.
I would only encourage mine, 10 or 15 seconds. I would only encourage in such a short time the intergenerational dialogue, because young generation is obviously full of ideals and great ideas. Older generation is full of experience and skepticism based on that experience. But we have to bring it together to come up with some reasonable compromise.
Thank you. Natasha Pirc-Musar.
I would just like to pose a question to you. Are all the wars worth fighting for if the climate crisis is going to ruin our planet? Full stop.
Thank you.
Let's just go back to our topic, and I want to ask the same question that Natasha asked about who is going to call to Europe. So my question is, who is Putin going to call to start negotiations with Europe? That's a rhetorical question. I mean, who is the person? We know there are presidents already also now in China, so Europe is present also in Shanghai. But that's not the answer to the question.
What is happening, what has been happening, throughout the world in August and now in September, there are big things. But I do want also to remind you, in comparison to the meeting that we have seen in China, G20 people are meeting, is it once a year? And so there are many meetings. I wouldn't really be making a big fuss out of what is happening now in China. I do believe that Europe needs to find its way to be more self-confident about itself, about the values that it's representing, and about its own, prosperous future. Because sometimes I feel that we, from the outside of the EU, more trust in the EU than those who are currently leading the EU. So, to go back to what I said at the very beginning, I believe that Europe needs more self-confidence.
Thank you so much. You have all been wonderful guests. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. It's almost the end of the morning, I know. I'm going to stand up so you can see me at the back as well, and know that you're included in this discussion, as well as everyone on the platform and the guests of the Deputy Prime Minister. We're going to continue. I hope many of you were here for the presidents and what they were saying, and we want to continue that. We're looking, just to remind you why you've come here, revitalizing. I'll use that word again. Revitalizing leadership and multilateralism in an era of conflict and fragmentation. I'm running a project called Thinking the Unthinkable, about leadership, about the challenges for leadership, which has been going on for 11 or 12 years. This is the invitation of Tanja Fajon, and we want to hear from her in a moment, particularly about the Slovenian experience in the Security Council for the last 2 years, or year and 3 quarters, about whether we can revitalize leadership. But I was very struck by the kind of language that we heard, particularly from the Slovenian president this morning. There's a lack of trust among politicians, and I'm quoting her directly. The snowball is going too fast, and it's going in the wrong direction. So those are the kind of realities summed up by the president, and it was reflected by the other presidents as well in different ways. In other words, there are ideals and there are principles, but the realities are moving in a different direction. How can leadership emerge in this new environment? We've got an hour and 5 minutes in which to try and give you a sense of moving forward, because at one point the Slovenian president said, I need to know how to change that. In other words, people are looking for new ideas. And here in the Arnold Hall, maybe we can find a new idea before an hour and 5 minutes from now. And that's the challenge. And I've said no speeches from the panelists, but I want to hear their contributions and their perspectives, whether it be from Jordan, whether it be from Slovakia, whether it be from Egypt as well, and also from the Holy See. What their feeling is about where leadership is going. Is the current cohort of leaders simply inappropriate for what is happening? And I was very struck by the quote that we heard from Ivan Krastev about what's happening in America. There's a rise of illiberalism and economic protectionism in the US. In other words, the realities of multilateralism are under real stress. But we take for granted that they're still somehow there. I would put it to you that this is showing that orthodoxies are now what Jeff Mulgan, formerly at number 10 Downing Street, calls zombie orthodoxies. In other words, our minds are set in the wrong direction and in the wrong way. Let me introduce our panel. First of all, the Deputy Prime Minister. We all know you, but welcome. And let me just open up my screen. Badr Abdelghati, welcome, who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Emigration and Egyptian Expatriates. Ayman Safadi, who's Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Expatriates from Jordan, welcome. Archbishop Paul Gallagher from the Holy See. You are Secretary for Relations with States and Secretariat of State for the Holy See. And finally, Juraj Blana, welcome, from Slovakia, Minister of Foreign and European Affairs. So I've asked them each to sort of give an overview in 2 or 3 minutes only, and I'm pretty brutal if it goes beyond 3 minutes, of where they see multilateralism and whether the kind of idealism for regenerating leadership as we expect it is achievable or not. But Tanya, can I come to you first? This is your invitation for your panel. What is your summary of your experiences, particularly after your 21 months at the UN Security Council, where technically there should be leadership, but we haven't seen it? What are the struggles that you have faced, certainly when you've been in the chair?
Yes, thank you so much. So many thoughts were going through my head when you were having these opening remarks. But first, let me just thank my guests and also all of you to have still this will to listen all the panels. I have to say that 2 days ago, first reflection was that 2 days ago I was meeting with the ministers of foreign affairs in Copenhagen. We had a Gymnich informal meeting. And it was a day after we heard about the news that Palestinian delegation cannot travel to Ungavik in September in New York. And as I reacted very emotional, I heard that, look at the group of troublemakers. It was a bit of a joke when few countries gathered together, like-minded countries, and we started discussing what can we do as a reaction. And it's not the first time, it's ongoing for a long time. And we got like a nickname, troublemakers. And I really have to say, and it's maybe a joke, but we are not troublemakers. And I also don't agree that we as a Slovenia run some sort of a policy that it's based on idealism or naivety. It's very much realistic. I think if everyone would be committed like we try really to commit to our values of respect of international law, democracy, human rights, UN Charter, the world would be much better. And this is not the case. So if we are troublemakers in that sense, then I'm proud of it. Because we are setting the mirror to our international partners, our friends and allies, and a mirror what is right, what we believe it's right. Yesterday I also said what we have to do in my opening remarks, thinking that yes, we do have a way of, what people are asking and expecting from us. And we also see that no action, it's not an option. But people are disappointed. Especially I'm now speaking about because I have guests from, and very good friends from Arab world, and we speak a lot about how to stop the bloody war in Gaza. And I see that we are, in a way, you asked me about the Security Council experience. When I speak with my partners from around the world, we as Slovenia are not criticized of a country of having double standards. And I'm proud of that, because we really try to address this crisis, wars from Gaza to Sudan to Ukraine, with the same principles and standards. And this is based on multilateralism and international law. For us, as a small country, to be frank, there is no alternative. We might say the old rules don't apply anymore, and there are no new there, but we still have not much alternative. So we have to make it work. We have to work with like-minded countries. We are setting up the guidance, and people are actually expecting that from us.
But did you feel, or have you felt, that the principles of multilateralism and cooperation have essentially been sucked out or are being sucked away from the system? That's why I come back to what I said a few minutes ago about whether the current cohort of leaders can handle the new realities.
I think we have to handle. You see, I learned through my political career that if you fall into pessimism, you cannot really neither convince people on what is right and how you want to move ahead, or if you are too frustrated, it doesn't help. So I decided to move on, to do what is right, to what I believe is right. And often, of course, people require you as a politician what is right, but sometimes it also requires that you have to go against it if it's necessary. But I have my values, and I hope that Slovenia proves that we stand on our values as a foreign policy and a country.
But are those values still pronounced and standing alone and standing as beacons?
Of course, if you look at the Security Council, we are in the situation that for the last 2 years, and we are sitting now second year in the Security Council, we are deeply polarized. We have 5 permanent countries at the table. One is aggressor in Ukraine, violating international law. We have no chance to adopt a single resolution, not even how to implement it. The last case was this resolution last week, that it was actually the initiative of Slovenia on famine. When the famine in Gaza was officially declared, we put a resolution on the table which was a very simple language to condemn, to help population against starvation, children. You know, it's really human atrocities, genocidal acts, name it, but we have to stop it. And we were not able to adopt a resolution because of one state not voting in favor. And if you look at the history of all these resolutions just dealing on the Middle East, we are paralyzed. But I want still to stay a bit on the optimistic side. We have a group of E10 countries that are coming in, and this group has a much more important role than in the past of the work of the Security Council. Because if this group is harmonized or united, it can be very powerful. And we also proved that in the past, and we will continue doing so.
My final thought at the moment, to open it up much more, is when your president, who was sitting there an hour ago, said, I don't know how to change this. Have you got clear ideas? It's all very well putting principles up in a plenary session addressing an audience, but do you have clear ideas how to revitalize leadership and multilateralism in this current environment where so much is being drawn to the center again, or is shaky and almost like an earthquake is unraveling so much of what we take for granted?
I mean, one thing is if you look about the decision-making process, and I don't want to go there, because this is a process of a reform or whatever, or respecting the rules, we know where we stand. It's also about reality today. We have governments as we have, but I think we can rely a lot on our people and our societies. If they, are powerful enough to understand war is wrong, conflict is wrong, starvation is wrong, killing civilians is wrong. I mean, all this, I think we can all unite on that. I don't think that anyone really says it's good enough to kill people. So I think we need strong leaders that are committed to these basic values.
And can they come from the current cohort, or do they have to come from a new cohort?
I think it has to be a combination of both, because we will not change the world over the night. Simply, we have leaderships as we have to work with them, we have to have dialogue, and in diplomacy, I learned well, you have to always try to find compromises and search for political solutions. President said very well, and we often speak, we don't want wars, we don't want weapons, we want the words and political dialogue and political solutions.
Right, let's move ahead. Let's get an Egyptian view from Badal Abdelati. What's your view of whether this leadership can be revitalized? Much leadership actually is quite offensive to a lot of people, and therefore you may not want to revitalize it. But what's your view from Cairo?
Well, first of all, extremely appreciative to our dear friend Tanya for convening such an important and timely forum here, and we are always commending Slovenia for its leadership. Despite its size, it's a small country, but it's big, of course, in terms of leadership, in terms of siding with the principles of the enshrined in the UN Charter and in the international law. I believe that, this topic today is very, very important, very timely, and very valid. We are facing a great deal of challenges, in Europe here. Ukraine is not only a security challenge for Europe, but also a big challenge for us in the Arab world, in Africa, in the Middle East, in terms of supply chain, in terms of food security. Just to give you an idea, we used to import, we are #1 net importer of wheat in the world with 12 million tons every year. And we used to buy 1 ton by around $270. Now it's exceeding 400 something. It's a big challenge for us and for African countries. The same applied for our neighborhood. Maybe it's not secret that my country, this is the first time in our ancient, modern, and contemporary history to face such kind of challenges coming from all directions, from the east, from the west, from the south, even from the north.
And if leadership needs to be revitalized,
Absolutely.
How do you believe it's coping?
Well, we have 2 points here. Of course, revitalizing leadership, this is very important, but above all, revitalizing multilateralism. And this is extremely, extremely important because now we have different challenges. No single country, regardless its size, can cope with the existing challenges we are facing. So leadership is all about shared responsibility. We have to revitalize multilateralism, and this is not going to happen without specific measures. You asked before about what do we have to do. First of all, of course, we have to reform the Security Council, and we have to reform the Bretton Woods institutions. Without that, we cannot talk about revitalizing multilateralism and leadership. To ignore a continent like Africa or a big civilization like Muslim or Arab civilization from being represented in the Security Council with our, of course, size in reality, this is not acceptable. This is, of course, a main obstacle to revitalizing multilateralism. So we have to reform the Security Council. We must have a better representation as African, as Arab, as Muslims, and, of course, giving veto rights to only 5 countries. For what? I mean, this is not valid anymore. So either to reform it and to give the newcomers the same right, or, of course, to remove it from all countries, and to have more democracy. One more issue is Bretton Woods institutions as well. We cannot talk about revitalizing multilateralism without reforming, making more democratic the World Bank and, of course, the IMF and other institutions, because to have more democratic decision-making process and to listen to us, not to impose, and this is a very important issue. Let me conclude by saying one word about we have to be very careful. Public opinion, not only in our region, but in the world now. No more. They are not anymore believing in multilateralism, not believing in international law, not believing in UN and the UN Charter, and this is something extremely dangerous. We have to be careful. Tanya spoke about double standard. No, we are talking now about 100 standards. When it comes to Ukraine, everybody here in the West is talking about occupation. That's good. And we, as Egypt, we voted in favor 5 resolutions by the General Assembly to support that. But when it comes to Gaza, to our region, everybody's shying away and they are accepting, and this is shameful for the West, for the whole human being, for all world community to accept this genocide in motion, and everybody is keeping silent and without intervening.
I assume that the 5 of you believe that multilateralism is withering and also that leadership is really struggling and it's getting worse. So I take that for granted, but Ayman Safadi, your view from Jordan.
Thank you, sir, and allow me again to start by thanking my dear friend Tanya for the opportunity. And Tanya, you're not a troublemaker. You've been a voice for justice, for peace, for international law, and you've demonstrated that very unequivocally over the past 2 years, during which we've been struggling with one of the most shameful crimes in modern history. So thank you not just for hosting us, but thank you for your very principled stand. And, sir, I think multilateralism has been crushed along with life in Gaza in the past 2 years. What the Israeli aggression in Gaza did was not just destroy a whole community, destroyed schools, hospitals, destroyed life itself. it also destroyed belief in the credibility of international law. Because the view, not just from our region, but the view from many corners of the world, is that international law is applied selectively in accordance with the balance of power and the identity of the aggressor or the victim. We've seen that day in, day out during the past 2 years, in which all kinds of war crimes have been committed, all tenets of international law have been violated, all human values have been disregarded, and all that happened as we watch our multilateral system unable or unwilling to do what's right and protect the foundation of our multilateral work. There's no multilateralism without international law, without rules. And when those rules are applied selectively, then that multilateral system loses its credibility and loses its ability to function. Because once you do that, once you set a precedent, you cannot walk back from that. And again, to the point that my dear friend Badr made, a colleague of mine yesterday was saying that if Russia applied its position on the Palestinian-Israeli conflict to Ukraine, we will have no conflict in Ukraine. Well, I say if the whole world, particularly our friends in Europe, applied the position they have towards Ukraine to the aggression, not just on Gaza, but on the right of the Palestinian people to exist, we would have had peace in the region decades ago. So this is where we are now. Question, we all believe in multilateralism. We believe it's the only glue that keeping
in theory, or can it be upheld in practice?
In reality, the multilateral system over decades since the New World Order has emerged after the Second World War has been able to do a lot of good work. The challenge is that we need to reform multilateral organizations. When the UN, the biggest manifestation of multilateralism, fails to implement its own charter, allows a member country to violate its charter, allows a member country to commit genocide, to commit starvation, then there's a big question mark about the effectiveness of that international law. And that begs the question to all of us, what kind of world do we want to live in? If we allow one country to be above the law, then who's going to be the next country that's going to violate the law, and who's going to be the next small country that's going to be victimized by power?
I said this right at the beginning. Do you have one proposal which you'd like the Slovenian president? She's looking for ideas.
Yeah, I mean,
do you have an idea you can put on the agenda
One
today?
proposal, I mean, let's all face reality. Let's stop double standards. Let's stand where we should be in terms of having one unified set of orders. Again, I have to be quite honest with you. Tanya spoke about a resolution about famine in Gaza. How is it possible in this day and age that the whole world is unable to apply the tools provided by our multilateral system to stop a famine, an Israeli-made famine? That is the question. So a proposal, absolutely, is very simple. Let's all respect the laws which brought us together as an international order. Let's apply them equally to all. Let's make sure that no country, indeed Israel, is above the law. And let's make sure that we speak with one voice and use the tools provided by international law. So yes, we do need to reform multilateralism. We do need to reform the decision-making process within the UN. But I think before all of that, we need to face the reality. Are we being true to the values that we keep pronouncing day in and day out? And the answer, Gaza has shown that we're not. When 2.3 million people are taken hostage, are starved to death, and the world is unable to do something, that tells you that something humongously wrong with our world order and with our multilateral system. And that has got to change. We're not short of ideas, we're short of will.
Short of will.
And that will, unfortunately, is not there.
Foreign Minister, the view from Bratislava. You're a small country. You're an important member of the European Union. Multiculturalism, multilateralism, leadership as well. How do you see that changing? Because we heard from the presidents of several other countries that they are concerned about whether there's real leadership and cohesion of leadership within the European Union?
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, let me thank to my dear colleague Taya for having me here with this distinguished guest. What was said by Tanya, if it's written, I would sign it immediately, because we are more or less the same sized country, small and medium country. And what we have as a strong tool to protect ourselves is the international law only. And the picture from the Gaza, what was said by my colleague from Jordan, it's very clear. What we are right now witnessing is just a double standard. And we were discussing a lot in Copenhagen a couple of days before. We have many sanctions against the Russians and so on. I very clearly said that what was happening in Ukraine, it was the violation of international law. But when it comes to our approach from the European Union to Gaza, so it's double standard, nothing. So we are losing as a Europeans, in this case, credibility. So I do believe in multilateralism, but what we are witnessing is right now is just erosion of international law, erosion of humanitarian law. And also what we are witnessing right now, that the world is changing. After bipolar world collapse, we used to have only one voice, and now it's changing. Look at China, look at what is going on in Shanghai today. But we have to come to any agreement and to reform UN Security Council and the Pact for Future. There are many commitments how to do it, and to take into the consideration global South countries, as was said previously, because without this idea we cannot proceed anyhow in multilateralism. This is very, very important for Slovak Republic. That's why, as Slovenia, we are trying to be a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council for a period of 2028-29, and try to contribute into this reform, because this is very necessary to do it.
Do you think there's a level of hypocrisy, dare I say, leaders who want to stand by the rules-based order and the current Bretton Woods system, etc., 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 but are finding it really difficult to do? I repeat what the President said. It's snowballing and it's going too fast in the wrong direction. Leaders should be able to lead, not sort of say, we've got a problem, but we don't know what to do about it.
So hypocrisy is here, definitely, as a part of double standard. So leadership is needed anyway, but first of all, we have to have a respect, not only for humanitarian law, for international, but we have to respect to every country which decide to have their own path for development and so on. This respect is collapsed as well, because only P5 are just responsible for UN Charter and for humanitarian law and also international law. But it doesn't work. We can see that it doesn't work. Many resolutions when it comes to Gaza, nothing has happened. Who cares? Many resolutions when it comes to Ukraine, nothing happened. So this is very important that we have to come to adherence of international and humanitarian law, of course. And if we are talking about the leadership is not just one person or one country. Every responsibility is on every country. Of course, P5 is one of them. But we have to take, as I said, into the consideration also global South country. That's very important.
When we finish in 35 minutes, I hope we'll have some positive ideas as well. So let's not get too gloomy. I'd also like to say that in the next 35 minutes, I'd like to get any ideas with new ideas coming from any of you in the room. There are 2 microphones around. If you can get the microphone to you soon, then I know where you are, and also we can save a bit of time. So bear that in mind. Archbishop, I'm not taking your time away from you, but you deal in the Holy See in the Vatican with other states. You actually, if you like, are overseeing multilateralism in a different way. With the new Pope, with Pope Leo, has anything changed which we need to know about what he's doing to try and reinforce movement towards reassertion of multilateralism and better leadership?
Well, thank you very much, and thanks to Slovenia for continuing this excellent initiative of the Bled Forum. The question is obviously to some extent hypothetical, because we're in the first months of this pontificate. But the
world is moving very fast.
The world is moving very fast. But I think that if we reflect on the work that was done by Pope Francis over the last 12 years, we can see that he managed to obtain a great deal, not just of popularity, but of attention, even of consensus around many of the things that he said and that he taught. And undoubtedly, Pope Leo is going to continue that. The first words he said when he was elected on the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica was, "Peace be with you." So he was trying to articulate something which he perceived and which he continues to perceive, and even the choice of his name, Leo XIV, remembering the Pope of the end of the 19th century, Leo XIII, who faced up, the first Bishop of Rome to face up to the fact that the world was changing very rapidly in the Industrial Revolution, in the emergence of social movements and labour, etc. So I think that he's making a commitment there to do his best. What I think we have to do is recognise, as I think we're doing here this morning, some of the challenges that we have. There is no consensus at hardly any level of political life today in the world, beginning with the UN. We have to build that consensus. We also have to recognise that if we're going to do that, we're going to have to really think outside the box, have some new ideas. And we're going to have to face up to the fact that most of our young people today are disappointed with democracy, and they're disillusioned with the political class, and they have a tendency to demonize political institutions. We're not living in a moment where institutions are particularly respected, so we've got to work on those. I think that we've got to do it at every level. The problems are not just at the UN or national level. I personally believe that the majority of our political leaders are capable of turning things around, are capable of doing something to correct this thing. But we have to start at the bottom. We have to start of building a political consensus at local level, good local government, good regional government, good national government, and then you'll be able to build onto something internationally. When I started this job 11 years ago, I went to a ministerial of the OSCE, and I was profoundly shocked, because there you had already the beginning of the great conflict between Russia and Ukraine. And the two delegations, led by their foreign ministers, were making their speeches, but they were not talking to each other, they were talking across each other. There was no dialogue, and that we have to face up. And that is, I think, the crisis of most of our institutions. The UN, I think, could be taken in hand. There is a growing desire of the majority of the nations to reform the Council and do that. It's got to be possible, and I think it will come about very quickly.
Do you think leaders understand the level of fragmentation and lack of credibility that there is now in so many institutions, including national governments, as we're seeing with populism rising in many electoral processes?
Oh yes, I think they do. I think that most leaders recognise that democracy is in crisis because it cannot deliver the two basic things that people need in political life and even human life, which is prosperity and security. If you can deliver those two things, you'll be in power for a very long time.
Right. Has anyone got the microphone yet? Please, stand up and would you introduce yourself?
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Jonas Gretz. I'm from the Swiss Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I wanted to pose a question to His Excellency, Foreign Minister of Egypt, Mr. Abdelati, because you talked about the reform of multilateralism. And last year we wrote a report for the Swiss government on the BRICS countries, and now you are a member of this group, which has two P5 countries. And I wanted to ask you whether you will come up, or whether you see this group as a vehicle also to push for the reform of the UN Security Council, because, of course, we all agree that it should be more democratic, more representative of the world. But there have been reform proposals for decades around and talks about this. And the BRICS countries mentions Security Council reform in their communiques, but it's, as we saw it, it wasn't too concrete. So maybe you can outline a bit your approach to this group.
Are you suggesting it's more token than concrete?
Well, it has been, several proposals from the African group and another group, and so I just wanted to know whether there are discussions going on and how you see these progressing.
All right, has anyone else got a question? I'll come to you in a moment. I just need to know you've got a microphone. Come in quickly on this particular, quite a technical point, but a very important point.
Well, very, very quickly. First of all, we have to understand two things when it comes to BRICS and our membership to BRICS. First of all, we perceive the BRICS as mainly and only an economic group. It meant to just accelerate and deepening trade and investment relationship among the group of the BRICS. Secondly, we are completely against polarization. That should be very clear from the beginning. As for, BRICS and the reform of the Security Council, there is no specific position, but as you correctly mentioned, it's a bit more generic about the need of reform of Security Council. As for us, we are 100% abiding by the Africa unified position, the Azzolini consensus. This is the most important one. This is the only consensus we are abiding by, that Africa should have 4 seats, 2 permanent seats with all powers like the other P5, and another 2 non-permanent. And this is important. This is the guiding lines for us, and we believe that we cannot reform multilateralism without taking into consideration the voice of the global south and specifically Africa.
Let me go to Tanya, because it's so easy to talk about reform. It's like peace in Ukraine. You can say reform. Do you believe it's achievable, having sat among the other 14?
Just to be understood correct, Slovenia fully stands that a reform is needed. We have our positions, and as much as I agree also with my dear friend Balder that we cannot have 80% of the agenda on Africa without Africa. For example, also our Eastern group would prefer to see 2 seats instead of 1, and it goes like that. But the real issue behind this, we need a consensus also between P5. So is that realistic? We have to move on.
And your answer to your question?
I want to be optimistic, or cautiously optimistic. No, we are aware that we have to change the rules. We are aware that we have to make a reform and also revitalize, as you said, multilateralism to make it more effective and up to date. Whether if it's realistic nowadays, I have to say I'm worried to see the dynamic in the Security Council in the documents, where in the documents are disappearing the basics of democracy, women, peace, security agenda, rule of law. We are living in times where I would say it's in a way a vicious circle. In a diplomacy, we need more honesty. You know what I mean? Because we don't really point out who is really guilty for the things, and we walk around, and people are seeing that. So I know that diplomacy is a lot about away from the eyes, but it lacks a dishonesty or honesty, not dishonesty, honesty. So how to bring more truth in that people would understand, and how I fully agree what you said, that we need to maybe make new commitment or push our leaders to let's recommit to international law and the basics, what this institution was built on 80 years ago. It's a good moment to do so. Are we willing to do so? I remember I said once in the Security Council, if everyone would speak the same rules of the United Nations and be committed as a leader of the country, we would have no wars. Simple as that.
Let me press you on honesty. You've raised it, as you have with trust as well, and I put the word hypocrisy to the Foreign Minister as well. Do you believe there's a draining of honesty then when it comes to support for multilateralism and the reality, the realpolitik of each country and its position, whether it be on the Security Council or more broadly in many institutions?
I see it very simple. If you see that leadership is really doing wrong, you know, like we speak about violations of international humanitarian law, then we have to act. Inaction is for me not an option. And we see a lot of inaction from many leaderships.
Can I and please allow me just to bring the conversation back to reality, to avoid, speaking in sort of theoretical terms.
I've been trying to make it practical.
Yeah, and again, you can measure the effectiveness of global leadership only against a common objective, which we should all agree on. That common objective is articulated in the sets of international laws that we have. I don't think any of us has a problem with the UN Charter. I don't think any of us has a problem with international humanitarian law.
But if it can't be upheld, then it is a problem.
The problem is with the willingness or lack of it to apply it, and this willingness being a subject of power politics. That is the reality that we have here. And you can only measure leadership in terms of its ability to impact the global scene. A lot of small countries in the world where leadership is doing great. They're taking care of their country, maintaining its stability, producing growth, respecting their people. But then when you apply that to the global scene, you have to look at who is more impactful and is the decision-making process or processes within our multilateral system conducive to ensuring that we use the tools inherently available in this multilateral sort of order to move towards the objective that we're set forward. And that, the question is absolutely no, the answer to that question. And again, you spoke of decency, you spoke of hypocrisy, and I think one of our colleagues said democracy is facing a problem. Our humanity is facing a challenge. I'll ask a question. Does anybody in this room know how many Palestinians were killed by Israel in Gaza yesterday, in the last 24 hours? Does anybody know how many Palestinians were killed by Israel as they were trying to get aid? Does anybody know how many Palestinians died yesterday because they did not have food in Gaza? No. You know why? 98 Palestinians were killed by Israel in Gaza in the last 48 hours. 43 Palestinians were killed in Gaza yesterday as they were seeking aid. 9 Palestinians died from starvation in Gaza yesterday. What has happened is that our international system has normalized the killing of innocent people, the starvation of innocent people, to the extent that the killing of almost 150 people in 24 hours doesn't cause noise anywhere. This is the problem. This is the reality with which we're facing. Because if 124 people were killed in any other country, the whole world would have stood up and said something's wrong there. So that's what I'm trying to say. In a nutshell, I think the problem is not with the sets of international laws that we have. It's not with the values that our multilateral system has embraced over the years. It is with the hypocrisy in applying the international law. It is with allowing politics to trump human decency and human values. And it is to allow countries that have power to, pretty much as is the case with Israel and the Palestinians, to do everything in violation of international law and face no consequences. You can only change an action by having that action having consequences. When you go violate international law bluntly and there's no reaction, there's no consequences to what you're doing, nobody's going to stop you. So why is Israel killing more Palestinians? Why is Israel denying the whole region peace? Because it simply can, and the world has been inactive.
Archbishop, I'm going to give you notice of this, that there could be a message from the Bled Strategic Forum which you take back to the Holy See is, how can the Holy See help convene something, a gathering, which to save the international system? I'm giving you warning. But just to add to your portfolio of things to do, who's got the microphone? Oh, we can't see you. You're standing under a balcony.
Hi, Nick. Good morning, everyone. Ivana Dragicevic, Europe's Futures Fellow at IWM Vienna and founder of Europe Futures Center. I have a question for Mr. Gallagher. I'll stand here in the light. I agree completely with you that, especially talking on Bled, which has a strong youth component, that youth of the world concerning also demography and how it spills over to democracy is very important. So I have a question for you. What's the stance of Holy See, or you personally, about the manipulation with Christianity by far-right in Europe, Trump and Putin regimes? Thank you.
This comes down to credibility and honesty and respect. And can I check it? Does anyone else have the microphone, please? Get the microphone to you, please.
Well, I think that the Holy See has been quite consistent in criticizing any manipulation of religious values or religious systems, religious teachings, in the way that you are saying. If I've understood your question correctly, the tendency to vilify certain aspects of, shall we say, Western style of life, Western civilization, by right-wing groups or by other religious groups in other parts of the world. This is, I think, to be challenged, and we, I think, at the Holy See do challenge it. At the same time, we're also challenging the other side. We're also saying that if you're talking about the decadence of the West justifying a war in Ukraine, then the West has to say, well, are there elements in our way of living today which need to also to be challenged and to be examined and to be thing. I personally believe we have to be a little bit more sensitive about the fact that we live in a much more complex world, where to assume that everything that is presented, shall we say, in the liberal West is universally applicable and universally to be accepted and embraced. I think we have to be aware that different cultures, different traditions, I think, are challenging that and will challenging that, and that perhaps we expose ourselves to criticism if we don't engage in some also examination of our own situation and our own way of life.
Thank you. Please, there are two microphones here, I think. Is there a lady behind? Yeah. You've got the microphone. Have you got the microphone?
I think I have.
Go ahead.
Yes, so I'm Vlora Nushi. I represent UN Women Office in Kosovo and my organization, of course. I'm very honored to be here, and actually I wanted to thank Minister Fajon for mentioning women, peace and security. We have been discussing a lot about leadership and multilateralism, but I really don't see the gender perspective in this conversation, because currently we have 110 armed conflicts in the world with only 12 women leading countries. And I was wondering, you as leaders, do you have these moments of self-reflection in the leadership, in multilateralism and in conflict? And how do you see engaging more women in all of these processes and conversations that you're talking about? Because in all of these 110 conflicts are mainly men leading. And in all the initiatives or so-called initiatives for peace processes, again, we see only men leading, but women are suffering the most. You already mentioned Palestine. I covered Syria for some time. So I think there is a moment also to rethink about the leadership in multilateralism beyond the reform in Security Council. Thank you.
You did mention it in your speech yesterday very explicitly, so it has been covered already, but we'll pick it up. Minister.
Good question. Thank you.
We have 5 men up here, only one woman.
Good question.
So we acknowledge that.
When it comes to gender balance and so in the leadership, my experience is that the women are really more gentle and are really thinking complex how to deal with the situation. rather than the men used to do. So I would really support those who want to be as a leader, as a woman, so that could contribute. But I was asked about hypocrisy. And you remind me because you are talking about the Kosovo. Slovakia, okay, I know, but you remind me with Kosovo. You know that Slovakia is one of the one from the 5 countries from the European Union which hasn't recognized the Kosovo yet, because we consider that is a violation of international UN Charter, violation of integrity of the sovereign country. And now we can see the different approach to Ukraine. So this is hypocrisy. This is something which we have to solve. Otherwise, if we say, okay, this is the different case as in UK, so we cannot come together as Europeans and so on. So this is also double standard, and we have to think about the double standard differently and maintain the double standard, not like if the international is broken by the good men or good guys, it's okay. If it's broken by bad guy, it's not okay. It should be the same. So, as I said already, our strongest weapon we have as small countries or any other countries in compared to the strong P5 or any big country, it's the adherence of international law. And we want to contribute it. And what I would like to add, you know, Slovakia is sometimes considered as a, how it's called, infant terrible of European Union. But what we are doing is not broken unanimity of European Union. What we are doing right now is just to support dialogue, which is so missing, this dialogue. That's why we are talking with other leaders in China, also with the leaders in Russia, because without dialogue we cannot solve any war, any problem. You know, that's very important, and we are doing this policy on every corner of globe, and this is multilateralism support as well.
Thank you. Tanya, would you like to reinforce your message, given that it was particularly about women and leadership and what you have experienced as a foreign minister, as a deputy prime minister, both in the Security Council and in so many other forums, about the importance of women?
I mean, I pay a lot of importance to these issues because I fully agree what you said. I mean, I see a big danger that in multilateral environments, really the agenda on women, peace, security is in a way, you know, also disappearing. And what I have to agree with you, if we would have more women, just in negotiations for peace, and we have fantastic women, we could do much more. So we are really trying on every platform to engage in a decision-making process, more women in empowerment, more women. So this is a general call we are doing, not only for a decision-making process, but to empower women and to also raise awareness what is going wrong. So I can just stress the call you made. I cannot say that the world would be better or with less wars if there would be many more women leaders, but at least it is a good chance, looking to some statistics and argument, the world could be better. And it was interesting when I was listening to you right now, and I recalled our debates in the EU to see, you can see so many different views we have. Just in Europe, when we speak about the Middle East, you can see so many differences. The whole geopolitics shifted to Indo-Pacific. And we see also so many differences when I speak with African countries or Asian countries, how we interpret also the international law when it comes to national interests. So there are a lot of challenges. Of course, there is a political will, absolutely, but then it comes to also a very thin line how to protect national interests and where to apply the international law. And this is the really a very strong leadership required that has not only legal responsibility, moral, political responsibility, and we lack that.
But let me press you on that, because the title of this session is about revitalizing leadership. Do you reckon that women, people like yourself, in positions of positions of responsibility and influence, actually make a big difference to revitalizing leadership?
I think we could, if it would be more of us. Yesterday, for example, before the official opening of Bled Strategic Forum, I gathered women in the political positions. We were, I think, around 10 women in the room, and we discussed exactly that issues. How to empower us, how to, make us stronger, and, how to use our positions. We need more of us, but it's one of the permanent issues. So I have to tell you that at every meeting we have, everywhere we go, New York, whatever, Washington, elsewhere in Europe, we always gather women in minority. To give you an example, in the circle of 27 EU ministers, we are currently 5, but we are struggling and gathering our, principles together to be also heard and bring the issues on the table.
Thank you. Right, one here. We've got 10 more minutes to run, so I can take another question, get a microphone to you over there, please.
Yes, good morning. I'm Gregor Meyer. I'm a senior correspondent for the German press agency DPA in Belgrade, and occasionally working also in the Middle East. I would address my question to the distinguished podium, whoever wants to answer it. There was a lot talking about international law as a basic for the multilateralism. Do you see a certain structural problem with the fact that international law, when it is violated, that there are no real effective mechanism to sanction it? I mean, we have the ICJ, we have the International Criminal Court, which had indicted Prime Minister Netanyahu, but he is just going for a photo opportunity to Budapest to his friend Viktor Orban, and nothing happens. And as I understand it, the US administration is even punishing, sanctioning this court.
In other words, do you see the rules-based system on life support at the moment? Are you agreeing there from Egypt?
Well, absolutely, yes. I mean, we have international law, we have principles, we have UN Charter, but the main problem here is upholding to those principles. So it's all about the political will. When you have a country consider itself above the law or have impunity and doing everything at its hands, creating an artificial famine, also killing people, as my dear friend Safadi mentioned. Their main crime, just they are waiting in lines to get food for their family. The problem here is the political will and upholding and applying sanctions and the specific steps. If each country understand very well that violating law will have consequences, then everybody will behave. But the main problem now, unfortunately, there is a lack of political will. Look, I'm sorry to say that European Union, there is no unity, no decision. There is a clear-cut violation of the association agreement between Israel and the European Union, and you cannot take a decision. If one young man or women arrested in Egypt or in our neighborhood, outcry in the whole world, and now, as Safadi mentioned, yesterday, just every day now, it's getting normal. 100 persons to be killed, and you have genocide in motion, you have famine created by the Israelis, and nobody give a damn. We have 6,000 trucks waiting on the Egyptian side of the border of the crossing, and they cannot move, simply because Israel is closing 5 crossings, connecting them with Gaza, and they have responsibility as occupying power to allow the flow of peace.
Let me press you on this. Do you see this as an indication to the rules-based system and to the governments that they can get away with things which they couldn't have got away with 2 or 3 years ago? In other words, they can defy it and they can obstruct it and literally set it aside.
Yes, absolutely, yes. And the lack of course, of responsibility, the lack of paying a price for your illegal acts, will encourage you to do more and more and more, of course. This is the main dilemma. This is the main problem. If the Israelis are paying a price for their practices, of course they will stop it.
Archbishop, do you see this as the rules-based system, not just under threat, but the lifeblood being sucked out of it relentlessly?
Yes, I do. I certainly believe that the rules-based system is on life support, as you said. I think in fact, we have to accept that people only adhere to things and persevere in things if they see advantage there. And if I think this is possibly the problem, that as things have broken down because people do not understand that not only are they, shall we say, can get away with things, but if they get away with things, they're also making themselves vulnerable to being abused by others. And that, I think, is what broken down. There was a consensus in the past, in the rule-based order, that was sort of protecting everybody. There was something in it for everybody. Now, in the recent past, that has broken down, and somehow we have to work on that, and to see that the people, of not only are they answerable to institutions and to the law, but also that they are beneficiaries from the institutions and the law.
Let me press you. What do you mean somehow we have to work on it? This is about accepting there's a problem, but then working out the way forward.
Yeah,
Can you see a way forward?
Well, I think we have to start processes again. Processes like Helsinki and processes like a real realistic form for the UN and maybe the institutions, the ICCJ and the ICC, and renew these things from the bottom upwards.
Okay, please, we've got about 7 minutes to run.
Thank you so much. Good morning. I'm Dr. Alenka Verbule. I come from Schiller International University. 2 thoughts and 1 question. First, if we talk about hypocrisy, we can also talk about Bosnia and Herzegovina. So that's the first thing from our region. Second, about the women, peace and security agenda. I worked with women in politics, empowering them for 25 years with the OSCE and the United Nations. One of the biggest challenges is how to get women together to, similarly as men, overcome the political barriers, disagreements, being parties, military, etc. So it's very important for women to find a common topic where they can meet, where they have common grounds. This is a start. And I'm happy to hear that women at the highest level are trying to do something in this respect. Now, my question. So, leadership, revitalizing leadership, and also going back to the comment made by our guests from Jordan. He said that he asked us how many people died in Gaza, etc. I also see a problem with media. Media are very biased in reporting about Ukraine, about Gaza, about other conflicts. Information is not only biased, but is also carefully...
Keep it to leadership, can you, not the media?
Yes. No, but what I'm trying to say is, now, focusing on the leadership, I would like to ask our guests from Egypt and Jordan, what is their leadership doing? Because we know very little about this, or there's a little information about that. And also, how do they see in the aspect of the whole discussion, how do they see also women participating in the processes of addressing the issues?
I think we partly answered that, but let me come, Mr. Safadi.
And sorry, also maybe a little bit about the Palestinian authorities.
We've only got 4 minutes left, so be understanding that there's a limit to what we can talk about.
Thank you so much. Look, I mean, what we're doing in Jordan is what we've been doing for decades, working for a just and lasting peace that will ensure peace, security, stability in the region for all peoples of the region. So it's not because of what we have not been doing, and Egypt has been doing the same. It's because we don't have a partner for peace in the Israeli government right now. In the middle of the crisis, we remain committed to international law, despite its violation by Israel. I'll give you an example. Every resolution about Ukraine at the UN, we voted for it, even though the Ukraine abstained on voting on every resolution on Palestine. Yes. Why? Because we stand on principle. We have an occupation next door. So we're doing that. We're doing a lot to everything in our ability to help save Palestinians from starvation. We have been sending
I have
aid.
no flexibility in time, so
I'll be very quick.
1 minute.
Because she asked a direct question, I have to answer that if I may.
Do it in 30 seconds.
I cannot do it in 30 seconds. Give me a minute,
because I'm under
please.
really strict instructions.
I need to answer the question. So we're doing everything. We're getting aid. We're working to establish peace. We're working to stop the aggression. And it's not because of what we're not doing. It's because of what Israel is doing that we're not being able to get there.
Let me go to Cairo. Let me just get a quick... And Tanya, if I can come to you at the end, just to summarize whether we've done anything about revitalizing leadership.
Well, of course, as you correctly mentioned, it's important to work more and more with regard to revitalizing leadership and multilateralism. Of course, what we are doing in Egypt, I mean, like what my dear friend Ayman mentioned, we are doing everything in our hand. You know, we have provided more than 70% of the aid entered into Gaza since October 7, 23 till now. We are doing everything possible in order to stop this genocide. And we are abiding by our commitments according to the peace treaty, of course, in order not to escalate in the whole region. I mean, women is playing very, very important role in our society. In the front, in Rafah, we have 31,000 young women are working very hard on the ground with the Red Crescent in order to cook, to provide food for starving people there, for assisting, of course, wounded people and injured people. We are doing everything in our hand, but again, it takes two to tango. We need partners, and unfortunately, I can say it, of course, completely clear that, as Ayman mentioned, we don't have an Israeli partner
All right,
for peace.
I'm going to stop at that point.
We reached an agreement. We reached a deal for a pause, for a ceasefire for 60 days, and the release of 10 hostages alive and 18 bodies, and to allow the humanitarian aid to flow to Gaza. We agreed on that, and it was based on American proposal. And unfortunately, we don't have even an answer from the Israeli side.
Thank you. Let me leave it there. Tanya, can I come to you? A reminder that we've been talking for the last hour about revitalizing leadership and multilateralism in an era of conflict and fragmentation. Have we advanced the discussion for you?
I always come back to the question, what does it prevail, the power of the rules or the rules of the power? And I believe that we are living in an era that rules of the power are clearly prevailing. And now the question is whether we are willing to go against it. And I think this is a very important question for all of us. I mean, can we offer our power for the era of transactional relations, or multipolar system? I will repeat what I said at the beginning. For countries as Slovenia, and also Jordan and the others, as you heard, there is no alternative to international law and the UN Charter. We have to make it work, we have to revitalize it, and we have to make leadership stronger. I don't have a better answer, but I do have hopes that we will come back to those, core values that we are committed to.
And we've given the Archbishop an idea to take back to the Holy See, even if it's time-pressured. But there's a convening of ideas and discussion about this. I leave that thought with you to take away from Bled. Can I thank all five of you enormously for your contributions, and thank you to you all as well. I'm sorry that we've got to end it, but the time has beaten us. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Please take your seats so we can get started. May I ask you to get settled so that we can have a meaningful conversation and not be under time pressures. And to our esteemed speakers, please find your name and take your seats, please. I knew you'd be the last one here, Daniel. Get on stage quickly. Here you are. Everybody settled? You've got 1 minute to change your seat if you don't like the person next to you. That's my cue. Cell phone on silent or off for the duration of our conversation for the next hour and 15 minutes. Thank you. My name is Ridi Kabi. I'm a South African journalist, a broadcaster, and I'm delighted to be your moderator today. I often share my background because I think it reflects the beauty of dialogue, that a person from the southern tip of Africa can be in conversation with speakers and an audience from the global north. But in the context of today's discussion, my background as a South African is very central to our conversation today. I grew up in Soweto as a child in the dying days of apartheid in South Africa. I saw very much the force and the power, the militarism of the apartheid defense force patrolling our streets, spitting at our parents as children, stopping them randomly, asking for identity documents. I also saw the difference between the white children in the suburbs and us in the township, the education outcomes, the health outcomes. So I know all of that. But I'm also privileged because it was indeed towards the last few years of apartheid. And unlike my parents, who grew up in apartheid and never voted until 1994. In fact, my father died at age 50 without having voted in the country of his birth, South Africa. So I count amongst the lucky South Africans because I saw the deliberate choices that our leaders like Desmond Tutu, Nelson Mandela, and all the anti-apartheid activists, black and white, I saw them making a choice between war and reconciliation, between war and reconstruction. And because they chose the latter, peace, reconstruction, dialogue, that's why I'm standing here today. Whatever you read about my country, inequality, economic hardships, crime, it is all true. But South Africa's story is truly the story of what it chose in 1992, in 1990 when Nelson Mandela walked out of prison. That's our story. There's a place under the sun for all of us, black and white, Muslim, Jews, Christian, all of us. In this messy contestation, the dialogue, the political differences, the pillar of South Africa as a state is democracy, is living with difference. It is building bridges and traveling towards the other side. So it is with that spirit that I start this conversation today and introduce you to my esteemed panelists. I will start in no order of importance, just as you appear on my list. I want to introduce you to Noor Odeh, Palestinian political analyst, a journalist, and an activist. Welcome. So let's do this. Let me introduce them all and then you clap for them because there's going to be a hierarchy here. I'm going to pick up who you clapped for the most and you're going to be in trouble afterwards. So let's do the applause afterwards. Manuel Radwan, Counselor, Office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia. We have Felipe Lazzarini, Commissioner General, United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East. You have Christophe Bigot, EU Special Representative for the Middle East Peace Process. And of course, Daniel Levy, President, US Middle East Project, United States. Welcome. I think I'll break with protocol and start with you, DG Lazzarini. because of the magnitude of the political moment, because we're waking up every day to more bloodshed, displacement, hunger. Take us to the streets of Gaza. What is your staff saying? What are they reporting on the ground? What are the obstacles that they're facing on a daily basis?
Thank you, Reddy. Sometimes we have the belief, I have the feeling that we have said almost everything about Gaza, and we are also out of words to try to describe the level of suffering people are going through. When I talk to my staff, they are saying, we are neither alive, we are neither nor dead. We are just walking corpse right now. That's the way we function. When we meet each other, we say, I wish I will be able to the real hell, because in the real hell we might find food and we don't have to struggle to find food for our children who are dying silently. So that's the kind of reality feeling you will meet in Gaza. Our staff, we have 12,000 staff, they are caregivers. They are sharing the same fate than anyone else in Gaza. They have lost their house, they have lost relatives, they have lost children, members of the family have been injured, they have been forced to displacement over the last 20 months, more than 15, 20 times. Most of them are living in a military zone. All of them know that there is absolutely no safe place in Gaza. Wherever you go, you can be killed. Whether you are in a hospital, health center, UN shelter, in a so-called declared safe zone by the Israeli government, wherever you are, you can be killed at any moment. And now there is a new word to describe Gaza, which is famine. A completely man-made, fabricated, constructed, deliberate famine. It's a context where food assistance, life-saving assistance has been weaponized. All the warning of the last few months about deepening hunger, starvation spreading, which will lead to famine, have fallen in deaf ears. And it became a reality 2 weeks ago when the world nutritional expert came to the conclusion that the threshold of a famine is now met in Gaza City and in the northern governorate, meaning 500,000 people living in this situation, meaning also that without or in the absence of a substantial response, this will spread to the south of the Gaza Strip and impact everyone there. And this is not the famine of Somalia. This is not the famine where you have a combination of climate change, war-torn country, collapse of all the institutions, which is much more difficult to address. This is a situation where political will, political decision can address it. This is a situation where unfolding under our watch on a daily basis. Now, how come we ended up like this? Now, if I look at through the lens of the agency I am leading, UNRWA, which is, as you say already, the agency supporting, providing human development services to Palestinian refugees, and the bulk of the population in Gaza are Palestinian refugees. The government of Israel has declared that they want to dismantle this agency, to get rid of UNRWA and to be replaced by something else. For this, they have adopted legislative bills. One of them prohibiting any official contact between Israeli official and UNRWA official. As a consequence, I have no international staff anymore on the ground, but I have 12,000 staff in Gaza, committed, dedicated, despite all the risk they are taking on a daily basis, and also 4,000 staff in the West Bank, providing school and health center activities. Weakening the backbone of the humanitarian response deliberately as a political intent has contributed to the situation of famine that we are now witnessing. Now, really the most shocking is the extraordinary inaction, indifference. What we observe in Gaza is a total lack, first, of true compassion, and secondly, because of the lack of true compassion, there is a total, I would say, environment of impunity prevailing. Okay. And this combination render us, when I say us, our member states, complicit by indifference, complicit by inaction of atrocities no one will ever be able to say we did not know, because it's unfolding under our watch.
Okay. Let's bring in the EU here. It feels, or it sounds as if some lines have been crossed here. You are the EU Special Representative for the Middle East Peace Process, Christophe Bigot. I listened yesterday to the deliberations at the opening plenary, and there was a lot of emphasis around the EU being the largest donor of Palestinians, and so that is emblematic of some action. But donors without political courage, I would contend, often perpetuate the status quo. Is the EU merely a payer and not a player and not an agent of the kind of political action and leadership that we are all so desperate to see in that region?
Well, this is a relevant question. I think Kaja Kallas, I don't know if you heard her yesterday, try to answer that. Yes, we are definitely a payer, and this should not be underestimated. Because I think rightly, Kaja Kallas said yesterday that we should also put our money where our mouth is. And I'm sorry to say that I think a little bit awkward that the EU and its members are not only the major donor, but maybe half of the money, for example, given to UNRWA, we discussed this morning with Philippe, is given by EU and its members. So where is the solidarity of the world towards the Palestinians? If I take the example of the Palestinian Authority, we are providing to the Palestinian Authority 1.6 billion euros. So these are not just words, if I may. And when I discussed with the Prime Minister of Palestine, it is very, very important. As you may know, the Palestinian Authority is on the verge of collapsing financially for several reasons. One of the reasons is that Israel is withholding the tax revenues. And here also it's not only about payment, it's also about demarching times and again. I've done this, Kaja Kallas has done this, and at other levels it was done also with the Israelis, so they release these funds. So payment is not just to be put aside. If we talk about humanitarian funds to Gaza, 1.5 billion euros were given by EU and their members for the last 3 years. And when I talk with UNICEF, with WFP, they don't put this aside, you know. We are talking about practical, concrete questions. So we also try to have some leverage on the decision taken by Israel. I have to admit that we have been unsuccessful most of the time. But who has been successful, if I may? Some don't want to be successful, and some are not successful. We tried our best. It's true that, of course, if I may, sorry, Daniel, that if we had the support of the United States on the measures we are asking, That is to stop the settlement activity, to stop this E1 project, which we know will in some way put an end to the concept of two-state solution. If we got the support of the US about the two-state solution, we are going to have with Manal Radwan this Global Alliance event, a ministerial event in New York, which will be about preserving the two-state solution, where if we had the US support, that will be a tremendous change. And I would just stop there. We also try to get from Israel some measures regarding the humanitarian situation, regarding the access to Gaza. These measures were the ones asked by the UN agencies. So it's only about access. So yes, it's only about trucks entering Gaza. It's only about having a north crossing point, having routes coming from Jordan, Egypt, and Cyprus being open. It's about fuel being provided. This is not enough. That's obvious. This is absolutely obvious. And when there is this catastrophic situation in Gaza, this is just, good dough, as we say in French. But this is nevertheless meaningful. Mm-hmm. Just provides a few examples of what we try to do. We are working also with our Arab friends about the day after. It looks awkward, maybe it looks out of reality, but we have to work on the day after. We have to think about how Gaza will look like after a ceasefire. There is the reconstruction, financing here, once again paying, but it's also about the security. It's also about the governance. It is so important to use the day after to re-establish the unity of the Palestinian movement and authority. Because the division has been used to avoid any meaningful negotiations. And it's so important to allow Palestinian Authority to be a player and to be an actor in Gaza. Mm-hmm.
Well,
just to give a few examples.
Sure,
sorry, being a little long.
That's just been made even more difficult. I'm sure you saw in the last couple of days that the Palestinian Authority, they have not been, or their visas have been revoked, can't attend UNGA in a couple of weeks. So this kind of isolation and privileging of different voices is complicating things. I want to bring in Saudi Arabia here. We've heard the leadership of Saudi Arabia talking about normalization of relations with Israel, that the recognition of the Palestinian state is a precondition to that. But at other times, it feels as if Saudi Arabia is not using its political and economic muscle as leverage, that you sometimes hold irreconcilable positions, whereas you're talking about recognition of Palestinian statehood, but there are these emerging new relationships that are coming with the United States. Donald Trump received a very warm reception in Riyadh. I'm not suggesting that he should have been booed. No, I'm not. But the United States is a central player in what happens in the Middle East. So I guess my question is, are you using your political and economic leverage enough to push for recognition of Palestinian statehood, or have you privileged your pragmatic diplomacy, your economic pursuits above this question of Palestinian statehood?
Well, thank you very much, and I want to thank the organizers for inviting me here. It's a great privilege to be here amongst you, and I also want to pay much respect to the Slovenian government for their very principled position and for leading with other European countries on recognition, which I would dare to connect to your question and say that without the leadership of Saudi Arabia, and I think my Slovenian colleagues and other European colleagues would attest to, taking this to the forefront, it would have been difficult to materialize and to sustain. I think in Saudi Arabia, we are not about undermining our principled positions or talking one way and acting another, but rather we have been put at the forefront of in somehow trying to defend against this perception of normalization, which is absolutely a myth, and I have heard it over and over again. And I'm not surprised that this is the first question that you ask of me, because the other side has been very keen in wanting to popularize this myth and this false narrative. It only legitimates them, and for them, if Saudi Arabia is thinking about normalization and not using its political and economic leverage, then maybe other countries should not take major steps forward. So I would warn you against that, and I would advise you to listen to Saudi Arabia and to listen to our leadership and to listen to, now it would be hundreds if not thousands of statements, but we really don't want to get into this battle of words, and let's look at the action that Saudi Arabia has been leading in a very steadfast fashion, and mind you that it has been done also in a very difficult environment, and we have not been shy to actually use our very strategic relationship with the United States to the benefit of the Palestinian and to the benefit of supporting the Palestinian Authority, and for saying in no unequivocal way that nothing will happen in the Middle East without the Palestinians getting their rights. And their rights is not about getting better living conditions or better economic conditions, but their right to self-determination and their right to a state of their own. If we had privileged or prioritized our economic interest with the United States or with others as well, you would have seen normalization take place a long time ago, during the first Trump administration, during the Biden administration, or even when Trump came back to office. But you haven't seen that. You have seen the opposite. We still think, and I think many, if not all, agree that the U.S. is indispensable to any peace effort in the Middle East. And so it would be a fool not to use our leverage with the United States to bring them to the realization that we need to look at the grassroots of the problem. This is not about only securing the end of the ceasefire or the end of the war, but we are actually taking it 100 steps above that into ending the conflict altogether. This is the problem. The problem did not start with October 7th, dare I say that. The problem started with the occupation and with the persistent occupation. Now the problem is even taken to the next level, because with the inaction of not only the US, but of many of us, we are all complicit in this. I have to accept what Mr. Lazzarini has just put forward. We are all complicit in this, and we need to do better. The problem now is that we have an Israeli government that thinks that it can liquidate the Palestinian cause altogether. Not only that, but on top of it, that it can become the hegemon in our region, that it can go in and out of Syria as it wishes, it can redraw borders with Lebanon, it can attack Yemen, it can attack anywhere. And it takes the whole region as a hostage to its whims and its understanding of security. Now, where we come in this interjunction is to say that every day Israel takes these aggressive, illegal action, it is becoming more and more insecure, and it is moving further and further away from being integrated in the region. We not only need a Palestinian state, but we need also a state that respects international law, respects its neighbors, and understands that you cannot, by force, achieve your security or achieve your place in the world.
I just want to ask you a follow-up question very, very quickly. You are an interlocutor with the United States. You've said quite clearly that it would not be wise or prudent to not use your relationship with the United States to further cement the priority of the Palestinian cause. I know you're not a spokesperson for the US, but looking at the US from the outside, it is quite exasperating to understand its pathway on this matter. I'm referring to the latest reports that the former Prime Minister of Britain, Tony Blair, and Donald Trump's son-in-law were at the White House talking about the future of Palestine. I mean, the mind just boggles. Here you are as Saudi Arabia, here you are as the EU, you've got other players, Qatar, and so on. But two individuals just come and they negotiate with the President of the United States. As a role player in the way that you've described, how does that impact your suggested solutions and your engagement with the United States? What do you say to them when you see them also pursuing other paths that seem to just be exacerbating the crisis?
Well, we make our position very clear publicly and privately. Saudi Arabia has principles in any resolution to the Palestinian conflict that is very clear. It has to rest on the realization of the Palestinian state. Anything short of realization of the Palestinian state is not going to be acceptable to Saudi Arabia. And I think that is important and that carries its weight forward. And we are privileged and honored to be advancing this position. I have heard my dear friend Christoph talk about the day after. I think it's the day after is a term that can be coined in any whichever way. What we are talking about is we are talking about a period where Gaza has been completely destroyed. The West Bank is under immense existential threat, and we need to stop and to put an immediate stop to that. And what we need is to empower the Palestinian Authority to deliver the Palestinian state. So whatever period of time we have in space and time, through an international coalition led by the United States, that is very much welcomed, the European Union and other European countries, the Arab countries at the forefront. We have the Egyptian Arab OIC plan. We are ready to work even closer with the European Union to develop practical ideas, also with the United States. And the objective is very clear: to empower the Palestinian Authority to deliver a Palestinian state within certain parameters and within a certain timeline. This day after cannot be about occupation by extension. So what Israel could not do by war, that it wants to get the others, including Arab countries and including the US and including European countries, to actually pay the bill for and to extend this occupation and to completely prevent a Palestinian state from being realized. That is not acceptable for us, and I have to also say that I completely respect the steadfastness that the Palestinian Authority have shown. They are being cornered in every which way possible, and their arms are being twisted, including by denying them their money, including by trying to bankrupt them, including by trying to destroy the government of Prime Minister Mohammed Mustafa, who has gained tremendous respect worldwide in working under extreme severe conditions, but delivering on very difficult reforms that any European country. I've heard it from a European foreign minister, I wouldn't say which one. I said, what you have done in a few months, we could not do in years. And under these really tremendous circumstances, they are still delivering and they still want to service their people. We need to empower them. We need to help them. We need to be there with them, and that is what Saudi Arabia is doing, not only Saudi Arabia alone, but through its other partnership with Arab and Muslim countries, and through also its partnership with the European countries, and also through trying to impress on the United States that there is a solution to this. There is a solution to resolve the whole conflict altogether. This myth that we can live with the Arab-Israeli conflict or the Palestinian conflict for decades to come, and maybe somewhere our generations will liberate Palestine, is a big problem that is complicating everything and aiding to the extension of the occupation. We have to think in practical terms, and we have to believe that the liberation of Palestine is possible, and we have to work on that liberation right now.
Okay, now let me bring you in here. Everybody agrees here. Let's go home. It's done. Everybody agrees that the situation is intolerable, that the humanitarian crisis is a stain on humanity's conscience, that the leadership failures have been visible. I'm just curious to know, with all of this being said, how is it being received on the ground? And I'm uncomfortable asking that question because I know that people don't know where their meal is going to come from. Children are dying of preventable diseases. Yes. We have heard and seen that there have been assassinations of aid workers, point blank range. I don't like violence. I don't even think I'm saying it properly. But aid workers being shot, journalists, over 200 being killed. So when you hear all of this, I'm curious to know, on the ground in Palestine, do people believe that the world is coalescing around a solution? Do they trust the messages? Would they trust what they are hearing today? But in answering that, I also want you to touch on what Manal Radwan also spoke to from my first question of this myth, the narratives themselves that are coming out of this crisis, the narratives of occupation, democracy, and resistance. How do these shape Palestinian expectations today?
Look, I want to...
That's for me.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Yes. And then I'm coming to Danielle.
Don't worry. So let me start by taking a look back, if I could. When this genocidal war started, we were in a position of, as Palestinians, of watching our world fall apart, minute by minute, of watching our loved ones killed, of everything we knew taken apart. And then being shocked by the fact that calling for a ceasefire was controversial. Right? So for months, we had to beg and convince world leaders, especially in the West, that calling for a ceasefire was the right thing, the needed thing to do. Right? It was controversial. And then when the world, and the Western world rather, moved past that supposed controversy of calling for an end to the slaughter, they started saying some of the right things, but still doing all the wrong things. And we seem to be stuck right now in a place where countries say the right thing, but are still not doing what they should be doing, which is to stop the genocide, to sanction a pariah state committing genocide, whose prime minister is wanted on an arrest warrant, international arrest warrant. Any other country committing all these atrocities live on the air, they're not up for debate. They're not a mystery. They're well documented. Palestine is the most documented place on earth. We are meticulously studied by everybody in the world. Every aspect of our life is documented. Every opinion we have is taken down. Everything we do is observed and analyzed by the world. Every opinion we have, even in times of grief, is judged by the world. So there are no mysteries here about what is happening. There are no mysteries about what needs to be done. So right now we are in a place where countries are saying the right thing. They're taking important steps because of the help and the leadership of countries like Saudi Arabia of recognizing Palestine. But I want to caution about how Palestinians are perceiving this, because there is a risk of tokenizing this recognition, of making it insignificant, of making it not count. Because let me tell you, as far as Palestinians are concerned, recognition is a debt. It's not a present. It's a debt that is almost 80 years too late. And it does not compensate, it does not replace, it cannot and it must not replace the need to end the genocide. So if recognition is going to mean that countries will not allow Israel to do business as usual, they will not allow settlement products to enter their territory and their economy, they will not receive settler leaders, they will not do business with settler leaders, they will question and perhaps bring to account their dual nationals who are serving in the Israeli army and committing atrocities, who are investing in illegal settlements and committing war crimes, then by all means, those recognitions will be welcome. But at this moment, as far as Palestinians are concerned, the priority is survival. And on that, no, the world is failing. The world doesn't see Palestinians. The world talks about recognition as if it's a present given to the Palestinians for being good boys and girls, for committing to Israeli security at a time when they're being annihilated, for committing to be a demilitarized state when and if Israel allows that state, while they're being exterminated. For saying thank you for the money that is being given to the government while our money, our taxpayer money, is being robbed and nobody's doing anything about it. In fact, some of those studies, and I'll conclude with that so I don't take up too much time, a lot of the studies that have been done on Palestinian economy say, without a doubt, that if Israeli occupation ended today, Palestinians would need zero assistance. So this is not about money. Palestinians are not beggars. We don't want handouts. We don't want the world to keep giving us money. In fact, I would dare say most Palestinians don't want any money. They want to be free. They want to be seen as equal in their humanity to others. They want to see the world value the survival of the Palestinian people on its own merits and not because it serves Israel and not because it makes Israel more secure. That is where Palestinians stand as they see their life being erased, as they see their country being erased. And that's not just in Gaza. That's also in the West Bank, where more than 70,000 Palestinians have been displaced just since January, where the Israeli government is openly, unashamedly telling Europe that in response to its announcement of conditional recognition of Palestine, they plan to annex 60% of the occupied West Bank, knowing there will be no consequences. So the money, 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion, it goes down the drain. And Europe has been doing this for far too long not to get it. It's not enough to pay. You have to stop those robbing and destroying all the donor-funded projects. And then thank you very much. Keep your donor money, keep your taxpayer money for your own development, but set us free.
Daniel, what do we do with what we've just heard? And it is not, I'm sitting here thinking, so basically this issue is not intractable. There are solutions. And many of us, I'm in my 40s, you grow up with the burden of Palestine and Israel looming so large over our existence that it's been there since I was born. But everybody here is talking about a way out, that there is a pathway out of this. What do you identify very sharply as the obstacles towards that? And more importantly, is there a realistic framework for rebuilding what needs to happen and happen almost immediately, and who must do it?
I'm glad you left the easy question to last already. Look, if I were to drill down on one word from all of that, I mean, it's come up, it's impunity. Do not expect Israel to behave any differently if every time it puts an extreme project out there, it undertakes an extreme action, it goes out, puts its finger in the air, oh wow, we can get away with it. The collective response is they escalated. They went to the dictionary and they found the next word up from condemn. As long as the lived Israeli experience is, this does not affect our equities as individuals living in this country, Israelis will either endorse leaderships that are pursuing genocidal policies, or their opposition to that will be exclusively framed around get the hostages out, which is what most of the protests are about. I don't want to ignore those less numerical who do get and do stand up and do hold pictures of Palestinian children being starved, who get this is a genocide. But for the majority of Israelis, their society can live with this because that is the experience that they have witnessed. So what I would say to you is, there is a dynamic, of course, between what goes on inside Israel and what they feel from the outside. And if we just go through and list those things ready. Inside Israel, I wish I could report to you that society is split down the middle in terms of its treatment of the Palestinians. I can't, because that would be untrue. I can tell you that society is split down the middle on other issues, on Netanyahu, on whether to prioritize or deprioritize getting the Israelis out. That, of course, also means that there's deep division on the question of a ceasefire. Israeli resilience should not be overestimated, by the way. The degree to which fragility has not been tested is important. You started this session ready, and I'm not saying this to try and smuggle in a few extra moments of speaking time, but you started this session in a way that perhaps coming from the Global South is so unusual when I speak on Palestine. You gave us that experience of South Africa. Would the white Afrikaner community have changed its ways if it did not get given the signal by the outside community, by those who it cared about, by those who it plays sports with, by those who it did business with? Hey guys, this isn't normal. So in the course of a genocide, Israeli society has not been given that signal. Israel doesn't have an endless supply of reservists. It has a strong economy, but it's an economy that is plugged in globally. So if you want to change that internal dynamic, I don't say the sanctions can bludgeon them into changing, but the sanctions can free up a different conversation inside Israel, which is this worth the cost? Mm-hmm. Does the incentive structure look different now for whether we continue this or not? Is everything we're seeing in Gaza, including the killing of the witnesses, whether they're journalists or international aid workers, everything Philippe described and lives with every day in terms of the reports he gets from the ground. And then you look at that outside picture and you go through it. I'm going to park this, I'm not going to go into it, but I think the Palestinians are very ill-served by the people who claim to be their leadership. Those people do not have credibility with their own public. They exist more as a useful tool of Israel and its allies, if you ask me. Park that. Go through the list. Manal, I hope people listened to what Manal said. She said something really important and really interesting. And I'll interpret it in my own words, if I may. Manal said, we are not doing appeasement. Appeasement of this Israeli government has not gotten us anywhere. Some went down that path. I'm going beyond your talking points. Some went down that path, and we've seen, this is me now, what the Abraham Accords achieved and didn't achieve. The most horrendous assault on the Palestinians. I'm not suggesting causality, but I am suggesting it clearly didn't make things better. And how I interpret all of that is that the region looks not just at the radicalizing, destabilizing impact of what everyone in their society sees on their phones every day in terms of what's being done to the Palestinians, but also that broader hegemonic regional project that was referred to of Israel. They look at that and they say, how do we deal with this? And I think we're in the early stages of different actors in the region, in their own ways, looking at how they deal with that. Go down the list to the next place, very briefly. Europe. This is where Israel looks at its allies and says, are they going beyond rhetoric? And the resounding response is an absolute no. Europe is exactly, pretty much at least, where Israel wants it to be. Because if you keep paying, you're actually subsidizing the occupation. Much of that money is going to security cooperation. It's not funding Palestinian self-defense against Israel's crimes. It's helping to fund the Palestinian Authority conducting security operations against its own people quite often. And I would argue, you spoke about one corner of southern Africa, and I'll come on to what that has done. But one small place in Central Europe, where we are now, Slovenia, I would go as far as to suggest that if Europe took the lead from a Slovenia and were going down the path that Slovenia is going down, things might look different. Ending arms exports, for instance. Not just recognizing, not just talking. Europe is a crucial trading partner for Israel. Europe is where Israelis travel visa-free and feel like they are connected to the world. Europe is where Israel participates in international sports. Europe is where Israel holds approximately a quarter of its assets in European banks. If you tell me that going down that list and addressing those things and showing Israel that there's a consequence wouldn't budge this equation, even without America, then I'd say you're smoking something very strong. America's not there. I'll mention the other two. America's not there. There's interesting dynamics in America, including inside the MAGA world. Public opinion in America is shifting. The polls that just showed 60% of Americans, Quinnipiac poll, 60% oppose arms sales to Israel, 32% support them, 50% call this a genocide, 35% don't. But we're not there in America, I acknowledge that. And the global south, that corner of southern Africa, that case at the ICJ, the fact that South Africa co-chairs something called the Hague Group. So far, it's all countries in the global south committed to actually taking measures. All of those things can shift this dynamic and put politics back on the agenda. And by putting politics back on the agenda, first of all, end the genocide. But second of all, let's not go back. Let's not pretend that there was a pre-October 7 peace process or reality that we are all just yearning to be back in. I know that compared to genocide, apartheid feels like a warm and cozy place. It isn't. So the alternative cannot be a return to apartheid. If I may, one comment. I've spoken, I've said some things as a former practitioner and an analyst, but I also want to say something very personally as a Jewish person who genuinely is shuddering inside when I use the word genocide. Mm-hmm. I cannot believe that this is what is supposedly being done, or it's being done supposedly in our name, in our collective name. I believe there is nothing less Jewish, less learning from Jewish history than what the state of Israel is doing today. And anyone who tells you that acknowledging that, calling it out, calling for sanctions is anti-Semitic has an awful lot to learn from history.
I was going to come to you, Mr. Lazzarini. I'm coming to you in just a moment, but the EU has to respond to this. Apartheid South Africa was broken by sanctions. The sports boycott, as white South Africa felt isolated on the global stage, they realized that their destiny lay with being a part of a society, being part of a community, being a part of the world. It sounds as if the EU can do more. Not just this aid, not just putting money, but actually creating a framework for consequences for Israel immediately. Why are you not doing that as the EU?
Thank you. Well, I could say that, and it would be the easy answer, is that, we are a democratic ensemble. We are 27 and 27 countries in which you have internal debates on this question. And there is an agreement on the fundamentals, on the DNA. We all want a two-state solution. That may be obvious, but for example, it's a long time I haven't heard anything on the US side regarding a two-state solution. We are all against settlement. It's a long time I haven't heard anything on the US side against settlements. So just to flag this. Then there's this debate within EU about the virtue of pressure versus dialogue, which is the usual debate in diplomacy. what is the best balance between dialogue and pressure to obtain what we would like. Beyond this, the question here is whether EU on its own could get what we all would like, that is obviously a ceasefire and a serious peace process towards a two-state solution. My perception, and having been working on that for a long time, it was even with the support of the United States, because we did have from time to time support of the United States, it was absolutely difficult, to say the least, to get that, even in the heat times of the peace process. So I think if you don't get a kind of coalition of players there, it's really kind of impossible mission. That doesn't mean that we don't have to do it. We have been very active to try to do it. Once again, this is the purpose of the work we are doing with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and with the Arab countries, that is the Global Alliance. This is exactly what it's about preserving the two-state solution and also making this two-state solution attractive. Here, we cannot put aside another main actor, which is the Israeli public opinion. And the Israeli public opinion, and here it may be different from South Africa, has an history. And their history is the Shoah, and the other element of the history is the 7th of October. And the hostages, 20 I think are still alive, is a kind of permanent remembrance of this history. So if you're not able collectively, if we are not able collectively to address the Israeli public opinion, the universities, the researchers, the businessmen, the members of the Knesset about their needs, it's very difficult to move. There will be elections in Israel in 1 year, or maybe less, so it will be a definite moment to be in a position to dialogue with this civil society and pass our message. Because I think when we see the history of Israel, yes, the role of the US is not to be undermined, and it has been from time to time a key one. But it also comes from within Israel. What are the choices Israelis are facing? Yes, they are in majority in favor of a ceasefire, maybe mainly because they want to get the release of hostages, but who doesn't want the release of hostages? But we have to tell them also more and more about the situation of the Palestinians and about how the Palestinian state will be in their own interest. It will be for the security of the Israelis. This discourse is not heard by the Israeli society. It's not heard. It was heard in the past, and now they are completely overwhelmed by the 7th of October trauma. So how can we, overcome this and being able to be understood? Not only by, how many are there now in Israel that are really supporting a peace process, Daniel?
There was a vote in the Israeli Knesset on July 18th of last year in which 0 Zionist members of Knesset voted against a motion which said no to a Palestinian state. Yeah. So the dialogue and access is going really well.
So it's clear that the challenge is huge. I will not make a difference, if I may say, between the Zionist members of the Knesset and the other members of the Knesset. But those representing the Palestinian community in Israel do not self-define as Zionists, so it's just a factual distinction.
Okay, let's just pause here for a minute. I'm going to come back to the two-state solution. I'd like to get Saudi Arabia's thoughts on that. But let's just go back to UNRWA here. I must say, when I follow the reports, the press conferences, the images coming out of Gaza and spreading into other parts of Palestine, there is a sense that lines have been crossed multiple times. And what I am worried about as a practitioner, as a human being, is the process through which we normalize certain behavior, certain actions, politically, diplomatically, and at a humanitarian level. International human rights law, international humanitarian law, that there are actions by superpowers, if I may use that term, I think you all understand what I mean colloquially, that reinforce certain behavior so that we as humanity, we are in danger of forgetting what the law looks like in light of what is happening, the normalization of the subversion of law. I don't know if you follow what I'm saying.
Thank you. I do follow what you are saying. I think I have mentioned a few times that the risk for us is that Gaza becomes a graveyard of international humanitarian law. There is a feeling in the region that international law, international humanitarian law, human rights convention have lost its universality. It is implemented depending on the situation we want to deal with in a different manner. So what does it mean? Obviously, what we have seen in Gaza has blatantly crossed any red line, to the extent that it's making the Geneva Convention irrelevant. Two basic principles: proportionality. You justify killings of hundreds of people because you are looking after one person. Difficult to explain where the proportionality is. When you talk about distinction, when even internal report of the army indicates that more than 80% have been women and civilians, where is the distinction? Where basically the entire Gaza Strip has been whipped off and reduced in rubble, where is the proportionality or the distinction? So we have a long list, but let's do absolutely no mistake. There is no Gaza or Palestine exception. I know that in some country, even some human rights activists believe that IHL, international humanitarian law, or human rights needs to be applied, respected everywhere, but they accept the exception of Palestine. And of course you find it in countries where you have the deepest guilt coming from World War II. But the risk here is that what we have in terms of multilateralism reconstructed from the ashes of World War II is today at risk to become again irrelevant. The rule-based order, the legacy of World War II, which is our rule-based order in which we all have been grown up and believe and fought for, is today at risk of becoming irrelevant. The problem is there is no alternative being put on the table. So what does it mean after that? And I go back to what I said before about the lack of compassion and the prevailing impunity. But if we are not capable, and I heard about the importance, and I hear this, to understand also the deep trauma which has been inflicted to the Israeli society in October 7. But if we are unable to express mutual empathy, the alternative is more of the same barbarism that we are witnessing. Is this the kind of value we want in the future, our children to grow up? Certainly not. And we might, or the generation to come, might be hunted the same way that generation in Europe have been hunted by what happened during World War II. We are repeating some of these cycles. Right. And this, I believe, is one of the main danger, and that's the reason why we cannot afford inaction. Okay. And the last point, because what Daniel said, I heard it already last week from a former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Israel, calling exactly for the same: help us from outside. Help us from outside the same way we have help from outside to bring an end to the apartheid system. These are messages I did not hear a year ago. But it emerged more and more. They try, the division is not because of the state of Palestine, but there are huge divide. Part of the society wants to put an end. They don't want the legacy of the atrocity. They say, do not do it on my name,
yes.
But they need our help, and we have to listen to them too.
Okay. Let's hear from Councillor Manal Radwan. You know, we're talking of a two-state solution. From Saudi Arabia's point of view, is that still a viable, implementable even, not just from a desire and aspirational point of view? Are there some tools that can be deployed to make that happen?
I want to start by saying genocide never offered protection to anyone. Mm-hmm. Actually, quite the opposite. That needs to be extremely clear. Second, Israel has no veto over Palestinian rights. It does not have a veto over Palestinian rights to self-determination. Israel itself, when it applied for membership in the UN, did so under the condition of not undermining the rights of Palestinians. Please go back to the proceedings of the GA meetings and the commitments that Israel has committed itself to gain its admittance to the United Nations. This needs to be very clear. Now, do we believe in the two-state solution? Of course we believe in the two-state solution. More than that, the global alliance that have been talked about is about the implementation of the two-state solution. It is not about a process. It is not about starting to negotiate. It is not about dialogue. Nothing wrong with all of these things, but I will tell you something. You are not dialoguing over whether the Palestinians have rights or not. Mm-hmm. You are not negotiating over whether we can have a Palestinian state or not. Right. You are not putting out a peace process to think of, is a Palestinian state a possibility, and does it really meet the conditions of securing Israel or not? That's not what we are for. That's not what is consistent with international law and the rule-based order and what the United Nations stands for and what we have all committed ourselves to. We are in the process of taking concrete steps. Recognition is one step. Of course, it's not a token. It is a right. Overdue, but good that it is happening, and it is shaping the conversation, and it is actually giving concrete ways to help the Palestinians realize their state. It is not symbolic in any way, shape, or form. If you go into World Bank meetings or IMF meetings, or we talk about UNCTAD, or we talk about real legal aspects, these recognitions matter and are meaningful. And they also impress two important things, which are incredibly important. One, especially when it is happening from the heart of Europe, especially if we now welcome France, UK, Canada, and others, this is communicating to the Israelis the only path forward is with the Palestinian state. This is not optional, but this is a fact. And that's a message that is extremely important for them to hear from these countries. The second important message is that we have to communicate to the Palestinians, this is related to your earlier question, that their plight is heard. It is not enough. Of course it is not enough, but their plight is heard, and we have to work to double our efforts for them, to empower them to realize their state. This is extremely important. If we do not respond in legal ways, in political ways, in diplomatic ways to the plight of the Palestinians, and if we don't reward their persistence, we only give away to radicals on both sides. And that is the world that, unfortunately, we are heading to. Mm-hmm. And that's why this is practical. It is not about words and symbols. It is about impact, real impact on the ground. And so, long answer to your question, not only do we believe in a two-state solution, but we are working right now on the implementation of a two-state solution.
Okay. Daniel, you were unequivocal in talking about expectations of the European Union. You spoke about the Global South as well. And I think you did mention the Accords. I want to get just a brief comment on that. What is their role in all of this? Were they just about strategic convenience? Do they represent a genuine shift in Arab-Israeli relations, or simply just an alignment against Iran dressed as peace? What do they mean in this context? But also in the context of Donald Trump's transactional diplomacy. It's not just with the Middle East. In other areas as well, whether it's the DRC or the Sudan, there is that undeniable layer of a transactional and a predatory foreign policy approach. Your thoughts? Very quickly. We've got 10 minutes.
Which I would not limit to the Trump administration. I think there were elements of discontinuity, but also strong elements of continuity. And we're sitting on a panel with an eminent friend from Saudi Arabia. She will attest to the efforts made by the Biden administration in this respect. Thankfully, ultimately unsuccessful. Let's be clear. America gave Morocco recognition of Western Sahara. Something against international law, something not done in the past. There's a game apparently being played right now with Somaliland, where there are talks of America recognizing Somaliland in exchange for taking Palestinians forcibly removed from Gaza. So America is willing to deploy those things. I think for other actors it was different. These are also countries that had never raised a hand in anger at Israel or vice versa. So it's hard to define this as peace between two non-warring countries. Whatever the intentionality, the outcome is that if anyone thought that these relations could be deployed for the furtherance of peace, well, they haven't even been deployed for the avoidance of genocide. So that should tell us something. Because if you look at what's being done, you cannot understand what is the total destruction in Gaza, all the things we've watched and we know about. This isn't about defeating Hamas. One of the biggest lies of this conflict is if Hamas just gave back the hostages and just disarmed. Netanyahu has told us he has 5 conditions, including future governance, which no Palestinian or reasonable person would accept. So this isn't about defeating Hamas. This isn't even about defeating the two-state solution. As far as Netanyahu is concerned, that ship sailed long ago. This is about the physical removal and annihilation of the Palestinian people, a second Nakba. And if I may just echo one thing that Philippe said, maybe everything you've heard, maybe what Noura's told us about the Palestinian experience, maybe that doesn't move you. Maybe you don't give a damn about Palestinians. Maybe you don't give a damn about Israeli Jews either. As far as I'm concerned, this is a disaster for Israeli Jews. And the last thing I would want people to take away from this session is we swap one zero-sum intended outcome of removing Palestinians with another solution, which is removing Israeli Jews. Even if you don't care about those things, you should care about the new norms, the lesson, the takeaway of what can be gotten away with impunity in such a situation. This abomination, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, to replace the tried and tested work of Philippe's UNRWA agency and others. The way Palestinians are being kettled by the sea on the Egyptian border through the deployment of humanitarian aid to physically remove, disperse, displace, and punish. These violations of international law are something that should worry all of us, because that is coming to a neighborhood near you, and that's before we even go into how AI automated weaponry has been used in this war. We read about the Lavender system for targeting mass killings of Palestinians. If there was any algorithm which suggested a militant might be in the area. We have to preserve and rebuild that international legal architecture. I would say, thankfully, geopolitics is not what it was. And as much as we should be in despair at the US is not the only relevant global actor. And It's not reflected enough on this stage and in many settings in the West, but we're in a different era, and I think that might be for the better.
No, I want to give you an opportunity to just share your thoughts here. From everything you've said and what everybody has said, even if the bombs were to stop falling today, we can't go back to what Palestine, what Gaza was before.
No, you can't. I was listening to the EU representative talking about the trauma that Israelis live. Well, let me tell you that this is our own Shoah, and this is a transformational episode in our very long history. We will never be the same, and neither should you. And nobody who has been witnessing this genocide for 2 years can be the same after knowing and seeing what has been done. So it's not just the buildings that have gone. It's not just the memories that have been erased. It's not just the entire bloodlines that have been eliminated in Gaza. We are not the same. And so, as Daniel said, it wasn't a rosy peace process on the 6th of October, and please don't take us back to that. It's not workable anyways. Okay? The premise of the so-called peace process, and the reason why it was dysfunctional for so long, is because it was based on the idea that Palestinians must prove to Israel they're worthy. It is a racist notion, and it won't work. Because Palestinians don't need to prove to Israelis anything. We don't owe our occupiers, our colonizers, anything. They owe us decolonization. The International Court of Justice agrees. In July of last year, it declared that this is an illegal occupation. Countries have obligations. They must meet them. And if Europe can't agree collectively, it can act individually. We've heard from the Slovenian president yesterday about possibly joining the case of South Africa. We heard from Belgium this morning about taking very serious action, sanctions against settlement products, against individuals, against dual nationals, against companies, reviewing their investment policies, and so on. So there are no excuses, really. And if we were to wait for the Israeli public opinion to shift in this context of impunity that we've been talking about, then there will be a Palestine no more. We cannot wait for that. This is a moment of existential threat for the Palestinian people. We're the ones being erased at this point. And, you know, the two-state solution, the phrase, has become a very dirty word in the Middle East. So I don't like to use it, and I won't use it. But I will tell you this. Palestinians know that this is a land dear to everybody who lives in it. Nobody is going anywhere. Okay? But the idea is not to put Palestinians on probation. We were ready when the world took an unprecedented step to take our land, carve it, and make two countries out of it in 1947. And we were denied that since then. So this is not about a process, as Manal so eloquently said. This is about telling Israel that there is one way for it to be an accepted, normalized state at the world stage, but also in the region, which is to act in conformity with international law, to stop committing genocide, and to stop colonizing another people. It really is quite simple. Mm-hmm. It doesn't need convincing.
All right, we have run out of time. We've got about a minute, and I think that it is proper to go back to UNRWA for closing comment. I'll tell you why. Because it's the humanitarian workers who are on the ground. It's them to whom we will wake up tomorrow to hear what is happening. What does the data say? What is the everyday experience? It's them who have ideas about what needs to happen to get Palestinians and residents of Gaza through to the next day. So final thoughts from you, from tension to triumph. What would that look like?
people in Gaza are so exhausted that they hardly can think about the next hour. So, when we talk about a day after how to implement a two-state solution, rebuilding Gaza, these are just words. It's completely abstract. The only thing people in Gaza want today is to have a respite, is to feel safe, is to be able to feed their children. But once this is achieved, and I agree with you, no one wants to go back to the statuto or ex ante. No one. But somehow, Gazans just are nostalgic of a life they had before. They had, like any of us, families, dreams, invested in education. It was tough life, no doubt. I've seen Gaza evolving over the last 30 years. It ended up with a large prison. There was no process before, let's be clear. Yes. When we talk about the peace process, there was no peace process for at least 10 years. Why? Because we thought we can have a containment policy. We know how to deal with containment, so our priorities are elsewhere. That's what happened before. But for a person in Gaza today, what they want is an end to this hell. I mean, it's hell in all its shapes today. They just want the end of the military operation, they want a ceasefire, they want the gates to open in Gaza, and then, we have a sacrificed generation of children. 1 million children, among them 650,000 of the age of primary, secondary school. Deep trauma, live in the rubble. This is that's not the way to promote future peace and security. Right. The resentment is such that if we do not pay attention and do not make it a top priority to bring back, to invest in these children, we will have insecurity for the decades to come.
In conclusion, and what I take away from this panel are the words of Desmond Tutu at the dawn of South Africa's democracy, saying that white South Africans had to understand that their well-being rested in guaranteeing our well-being. And that was the message in South Africa at that time. I'd like to see that for the Middle East. I also, as a human being, a citizen of the world, from what you are all saying, I am jealous, I am worried about international human rights law, because that's what we stand to lose. And you stand to lose the public, you stand to cement cynicism. People are not going to respect multilateral institutions that have been built to safeguard them if Palestinians' rights are not guaranteed. So with that, I want to thank you all for bringing your heart, your expertise, your robust and honest and candid accounts of what you see. And may we gather here next year under a different Palestine, a different world, a world that recognizes that we are linked to each other and we have to fight for our humanity, for our decency, for democracy to thrive. Thank you so much, all of you.